This is a resumption and the beginning of the taking down of submissions by witnesses. Advocate Ngqele.
Thank you. Dr. Eugenia Kula-Ameyaw, I'm just going to administer. My apologies. Dr. Eugenia Kula-Ameyaw, I'm just going to administer an oath. I just wanted to know whether you're going to take an oath or are you going to affirm?
I'll take an oath. Okay. I'll take an oath.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence that you're about to give is the truth, nothing but the truth, and the whole truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
And it's the truth with evidence.
Can you please repeat that?
It's the truth with evidence.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenia. You have now been sworn in as a participant in the SJN proceedings.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe that Mr. July is going to be the evidence leader on the basis of consultations with the witness.
That is so, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. July.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Kula-Ameyaw, you have found documents in front of you, and we've created a file. Your submission starts on page 49 to page 122.
Okay.
And if you have any extra documents that you need to refer to, you will forward to us. As I understand your evidence today, firstly, you are going to be telling this forum, the tribunal, about your experience.
Okay.
And in also your qualifications. You will also be telling us about your experience as a member of the previous board, and in particular as the champion of this social justice and nation-building project.
Yes.
You will also be talking to various issues that relate to discrimination. And you also indicated that you'll be talking to the role of SACA, and SACA being a trade union for the players. Is that so?
I think it's all stakeholders in cricket, not only SACA.
Okay. So that's how these submissions will be made. Commission.
Thank you. If you could just speak louder, Doctor.
Okay. Thank you very much. So my session starts.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Eugenia Kula-Ameyaw. Cricket South Africa, they call me Dr. E. Got appointed to this board. I was interviewed in April, end of April, and got appointed in May. Maybe let me say, during the interview, I did say that my passion is transformation. And if they're not ready to transform, they should not appoint me. I even said, for the Understand Africans, I'll transform, and you would say, oh, net PTN, when I'm driving transformation. Lo and behold, as God may have it, I got appointed. We were not inducted until a month later, and I insisted on that. Yes. So as a person that will touch on my qualification, I'll go to the top. I have an MBA in entrepreneurship and strategy from Oxford Brookes in England.
Can I ask you to pace yourself, because some of us have to write what you are saying.
Okay, yeah. Let me respect the elders.
Yes.
Okay. So to get to the guidance of the legal team, briefly my qualification, I have an MBA in entrepreneurship and strategy from Oxford Brookes in Oxford City, England. I have a PhD or doctorate in business leadership from UNISA, and my focus is corporate governance. The other issue relevant to here is a certificate in transformation and nation building. It's relevant to here. and the fact that there's a course I attended, it's called Systems, it's about systems, in the same College of Sustainable Development, Transformation and Sustainable Development. And in the MBA, I'll say that I think I'm good in organizational analysis, even everywhere I've served. So I think it's important here. And also, as a strategist, you analyze the organization, you come with strategies. So we were inducted. A month later, the same day, the president and the acting CEO, then President Chris Nenzani, and the acting CEO, Jacques Fall and Beresford went to Parliament. So maybe both I'll speak to that, how important it is, how it affects this. So we had an induction, which allowed us to ask stupid questions. Things were shared, you ask in transformation, you ask this. There are particular slides that stuck with me, I'll refer to when I talk about what I think, is partly discrimination or maybe it's an unfair practice, because I got it from that induction. Then, coming to the board with June, in our first meeting, we had a first meeting, and in the meeting, one of the meetings, I think the evening one, it was an in-committee meeting for the board. And Mr. Jacques Fall came to share a presentation on T3, who was not supposed to. We were asked if he can come in for 5-10 minutes. We didn't have an issue with that. And then later, it was a 4-slide or 5-slide presentation. The following day or 2 days later, we were informed that we've approved that concept and it's going ahead. And in my mind, with experience in boards, everything must come through committees. So I saw the gap that I'm not sure how they do things here. And I penned something I call Governance Council. I can refer to it. I explain how things work and the fact that the thing has already gone to the media. How I got to know the portfolio committee inquired about it. That you are coming here, we are saying you are going to have, they call it a game, and it's not been signed off by the minister. So I'll refer you to the YouTube, 19th June 2020. So now it's already coming to us now to say we've approved, but I'm like, no, man. The whole issue, there's also COVID regulations. And if we haven't approved, we should have known the risk that, okay, it needs to go to the minister. So I thought, okay, it looks like there's a gap here. So I crafted Governance Council, and I used T3 as a business case. In this document, I referred to why I think it's not prudent to use media to force the board to take a resolution. It looks like it's been the approach here, because there were a lot of comebacks. No, we've gone to the media. I'll speak to them. Then, as a proactive person, I said, you know what, this is how it's supposed to be. Here are the committees. I put them in a framework that transformation must check the transformation imperatives of any concept. And then ethics must check issues of conflict of interest. And then this. That was long before. Lo and behold, I think a week later or two, then in the media it came up, one of the, I think Mark Boucher was conflicted. Then somehow I felt like, you see, this is what I was avoiding. There's nothing wrong in being in a business or knowing someone, but what is important for a board setup, in the terms of the code of ethics, is to declare. But nonetheless, I said, this is what I expect. I've spoken to Welch. I said, Welch, if you operate like this is going to compromise the board. Similarly, the other approach I've noted that the chairperson, but Chris, when we discuss something, we won't round it and say resolution. So there were serious issues of suspension of people or whatever, labor relation issues. So I volunteered to take the minutes because they were in committee. There was no company secretary. So I'll say, Chris, let's pause. So the resolution is this. Resolution is this. Because he said, no, I'll finish it with the CEO. So then that's probably some framework I was bringing from my experience. I've served in boards for like 12 years now, from SOEs, private companies, regulators. So I've served in boards, so I know these things have a way of becoming complex if you don't follow processes. So I even said it's to protect every board, especially the chair. So it ticks. So I even had a table where I tick for all and what every committee looks for. So people said it was excellent, and then we moved forward. Then come July, that's what I kind of termed it. Whilst we were looking at that, in the induction, one thing I noted in slide 43 in the presentation of Mark Jordan, it was where it says in a game of 17 international games, I guess like now they are out of the country. The 17 games, coincidentally, Africans, coloreds, Indians, they all played 5 games. So then I asked, how does this impact how much they earn? So you should understand I'm a systems thinker, because if you don't look for the root cause here, so you can't cry foul later. They said it's exactly that. Certain things were said, I kind of thought, okay. It was more, what is it that as a committee we need to look for? Then I said, but who signs off the team when it goes? What kind of mandates are there? You know? Some, even board colleagues, they say sometimes we see it on TV when they are leaving. Then I said, then what's your role? Because if things don't work, there's no transformation, you would take the blame. So you can't say you are not consulted. Then I kind of thought certain things, as a new person, possibly also not a cricketer, I'm just asking transformation things and how it affects the whole system. July, there was an outbreak. Black Lives Matter, we were in the papers for wrong reasons. And I'll speak to these highlights. So by the grace of God, in 2 days, I developed, by the grace of God, I repeat it again. I know one journalist mocked me for mentioning God. I developed this concept, and it was presented, it was that weekend that Makhaya Ntini was trending. I think I worked on it on Saturday evening, Sunday, and then Monday we had a transformation meeting. In that transformation meeting, these media highlights, I'm not sure which camera I should, these media highlights were shared, which I have not known. They were presented by KG, who was the chief commercial officer, which will show how we are faring in the media, and with individual names. On top of it is Graham, Jacques, Mark Boucher, Chris, and who's the fourth one? So,
can I ask?
Yes.
Who is KG?
Oh, Pugandri is a chief commercial officer.
KG. Can you spell that for the record?
It's Kugandre, I think, Pugandri.
Yes.
Yes.
And the G? Or KG?
KG is part of, yeah.
Okay.
It's from Kugand.
All right. Okay. Kugand.
So, but I haven't seen this before. I was ready with a solution. I was like, you know what? Sometimes it's good to, even if I criticize, be it government or anyone, at the end of the day, in strategy, we say, having said this, so what? So I move from a premise for everything. So what? What is it that we can develop as a solution? So alongside that, this is the document, which is a consultant called PAIR, which is led by certain Dr. Pinar. I think you should have it, but I can put it aside. It was presented by KG. But it's the sentiments that we know, because every day in Cricket South Africa, you get news. You get about 20 articles, about, you even know what is trending. Even up to now on my phone, because of that, I still get cricket news, which I don't have an issue with. So I already have this. I said, I see this, but what is important is what I'm going to present as part solution. So I presented it. Everybody approved. I remember, it was my first official meeting I was chairing, where we just got inducted. So I asked everybody one by one, how is it? Everybody approved. It was, I think, Angelo, who was chairing the last time. No, comrade, it's only the members who vote. When you get everybody to vote, I said, there's no harm. It's good for buy-in. So everybody who was there voted that we take it to the board. I think the board meeting was on the following day. Back, a little bit, a few steps back, just before then, few days, a day or two before Chris went to Parliament, I don't know why, there was a press conference where she agreed that he's regretting that he has not been able to transform. Not, I guess, not as an individual. It's a collective in my view, but as a leader of the board for 7 years. And then in the portfolio committee, which I watched on Saturday, because Friday we were all busy in this induction, I realized, to me, my antenna will go transformation. Transformation, I can enter a company, I'll be looking how many women are there, how many flags. So I zoomed into transformation, so I was taking my notes. So on Monday or Tuesday, we had a meeting. So fortunately, Chris summarized all the issues and sent to all of us. I was shocked that...
No, by Chris, you mean Chris?
Oh, Mr. Nenzani, the chairperson. Chris, the chairperson. When I say Chris, Mr. Nenzani, chairperson, president, is the same person. So he summarized them and sent to all of us. Of the 24, 16 were transformation related. And if I should read the issues of women, rural development, the other one was like, it looks like you take one step forward and regress. All those, I've listed them in my submission. So I was like, hey, this is like, Eugenia and your team, you have a lot of work. The chairperson agreed. I'm not sure what I'm yet to see, but from the response of the committee, portfolio committee, referring to the previous committees, hence they could pick regress, it looks like we're not doing well. Then, spectacles. Okay. I'm allowed to put the specs up. So then, after that, after I developed the concept, it was approved. Maybe how the kind of questions are asked. So I was asking if there are these issues of racism and all that. I mean, I've been a shop steward, let me say. I've been a member of SATU, so my first profession is teaching. I've been a member of NEHAO, and I always lead. I was like, where's the union when it comes to this? What did the transformation committee do? I asked Max Jordan, what did you do? Hi, Doc, you explain something,
So where are you asking this question?
I asked them in board meetings.
Board meeting, is that the meeting of the 17th of August?
Oh, we also have a WhatsApp. Yeah, when there's things, I still have. When there's something, I said, but what's the role of this? There's also WhatsApp. But I asked the people who were here. But I asked Max Jordan, I asked this. So, and the other important thing here that will go to the development, it was, I called it drawing from different experiences. So I funneled it to ask these questions. So they were helping me to develop the concept. So I funneled this to ask questions, but what is SACA? They say it's a union. Jacques gave me the number for Ompile. I even sent it as Opile then. So I funneled all this. So what is the committee doing? What are the executive? What are the policies saying? So I got to ask those questions. Then I ended up developing. I used it. I was told that there's a DIPS that is there to train on diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So after the board, before the board approval, it was 2 days. So I'll probably show it as a house. I developed this house, which I'll speak to. This is the house. I hope that's the camera. So I developed this house. I look at that there should be a platform where someone like Makaya doesn't have to wait for 10 years to complain, Why is that not there? Maybe, and if I worked in HR too, I was like, because in any company there will be a toll-free number that you can call for certain complaints, even when you buy. So we had an idea of ombuds, which we've researched globally. It appears that there was none except for certain related thing in England for soccer. The other one, it was more that we need to engage. There was so much anger. Something I was getting on the WhatsApp, when you get appointed in the board, people would know. Those who know me, some clips, even if I'm somewhere in church, I'll be getting clips, look at this, look at this. So people were angry, you all know. So I said, the country, we need to engage, and embark in a process of healing, which is the first pillar, second pillar, engage, heal, and restore. Restore had everything to do with restoring the dignity of the game, the integrity of cricket, because if really we were seen to be allowing certain things, I don't think it was not good for me, especially with my union background. I'm an activist in my own life. I was like, And when Makayantini's thing came up, I remember John Okhodi, a board member, sent me a WhatsApp with a photo of the people. He says, you see, it's your 4 of the board members are your fellow Xhosas who did this to another Xhosa. In my mind, I was like, at the end of the day, once you are gone, it will be us again to say we were there, what did we do?
Can you just explain what you mean by the Makayantini thing?
Okay, I thought it was... Makayantini was complaining about... I thought all those who isolated Makaya needed diversity training and all that. It's more about isolation. He was isolated, he felt. And in these things, as the chairperson of the board said, that, the perceptions, you spoke about perception, inclusion. So I was like, when I was in 1998, post-94, I attended a diversity course in UPE. I was in Bishop then. There are certain things, stereotypes that, I would say biases. And one of the players agreed to that if anything, I think Zulu and somebody else, Gary Kirchner. I said, I attended that. We learned that people have said either they think blacks are lazy. So certain perceptions is either we like sitting close to each other, the whites prefer a different thing. So we decoded diversity. That was post-94. So I kind of thought, instead of focusing on any individual, people don't know any better in most cases. Let's come with a solution. Because the strategy, they said, okay, there's this hula baloo, there's this. So my thinking would say, systems thinking and strategy, so what is the solution? Are you going to blame Sandile, blame Prati? So I'm always solution-orientated. I kind of thought, okay, that would be... Then Max told me, no, there's a deep course doc that we've rolled out, but issues of funding, that paralysis mode. I said, oh, wow. Then we'll continue with that. Because I was thinking of diversity courses. I said, so that's excellent. So they did it once and then they put things on hold. So that was the second pillar. So of course, everything Makayantin is known, it's in the public domain, it's on YouTube or wherever. Then the issue then of salaries was also, if you look as a complaint. Then I said, let's assume people were underpaid, which was still to establish. It would be good to have a restoration fund. And when we crafted it, presented to the board, I said, in most cases, there needs to be something to say, sorry for what, whether it was an oversight or this. It might not be exactly what you are owed. And then we even agreed then that we can get money from Lotto. I said we could easily get 50 million from Lotto for such, because they've got a budget for sport. And even the same John Mahodi said, yeah, he can assist the board. So we're all excited, good to go. Chris made a media statement of the chairperson, and it was like the first of its kind. I really said, God, you surprised me, really. I never thought, but I've started a few things in my life that are first of its kind. I don't want to get to that. And then the fourth pillar was the training. With the training already, I had inquiries from the governing bodies of schools, because we're thinking, in the various interviews which I'll speak to, it was like I was able to say, no, it's not wisdom to deal with a person when he's 25. If we start in the junior teams, and that will be schools. So some governing bodies, they were approaching us whether we can roll it out for them. I said, why not? Because it's going to help, especially those who have cricket. They didn't want this to grow and become something uncontrollable. So this is the house, and the bottom of the house, which is the foundation. I should flash it again. The foundation, I look at issues of constitution, transformation laws, BEE, commitment to non-racial sport. There's a whole document on how we transition over years. Mark Jordan shared that. I have it here. So I was like, okay, we have all this good initiative. I'm not a believer in events and workshops.
Camera people, is there a way of showing that house that she's talking
So in
about?
that camera, but it's not zooming. I'll wait for them to get to the camera to zoom on the
It's
house.
on page 80 on your bundle.
But I guess
Yes, but
other people don't
for
have.
the viewing public, yeah.
So we used to pay 40 when we were children. So I might not be a contractor, but this is the house. And you can see the foundations because, as the minister said, racism, or everybody said, we know the Constitution, we know where we come from. So this is the house. You tell me when you are. Excellent. Thank you. So the BEE and I'll say BEE, employment equity. It gets too difficult to say things, what you've done as if it's about you. I was telling it's not about me, it's about the generation. It's about the legacy. When I was a board member at BUSA, I chaired Transformation Committee. When you chair, you look at what they bring you, you tick, you this. I believe in tangible things. My mentor wrote a book, he says 7 fundamental questions. Who are you? Where are you? Where do you want to be? How do you get there? But my last question is the 7th question. You can check it on Kindle. It's 7 Fundamental Questions by Dr. Abu Baku. So that 7th question that says, what will you be remembered for? So if someone says, no, you're not a cricketer, I don't want to be. But legacy is very important. And by the grace of God, I've done few things in my life. In Ginsberg, that township of Biko, I've sent 3 young people to America to study film production. Those are the few things. I've started a PhD association, the first of its kind. So it's a gift, things come naturally, I think, outside the box. So I was like, okay, this is non-racial sport, leadership will. I was asking in the funneling, where was the board? Where were the executives? You know? So CSA board and executive accountability, which Chairperson Losinaidu spoke to, portfolio committee, ministry, sponsors, players, and all accountable to public at large. Oh, that's for the love of the game. So the board approved it, and then we had a project plan to roll it out. But I spent a week after that. I'll tell you who I spoke to from Saskok, or what was also, maybe it's good, maybe when you have a different background. There's this media thing. One thing you want to run to the media. So when I developed this, it's like, let's go to the media. I say, oh, hold on. First, to observe protocol, let's write to the portfolio committee. I've served in state entities. I was a government official myself. I reported to parliamentary committees. So portfolio committee, ministry. So it was the second day when they acknowledged receipt. They said, at least they know how to, to follow protocol. Then after that, we did our media thing to say, once we told, they said, there are this, accusation, useless board, looking for money, this, whatever, people were said when they are angry, and it was within their right to say so, whatever they wanted to say. Then it was on Tuesday, Wednesday we wrote to the minister, and then along that, then in terms of the media policy, which I'll speak to, the CEO and the chairperson are supposed to approve anything that goes to the media. we get shown, and I ask a question, we get shown 30 minutes before. But sometimes I'll agree with certain things, especially after we develop SJN. And now we went out to the media, TV, the very accusation. They said, no, what are you going to do with Graham and Mark Boucher thing? I said, every case will be looked on its own merit. People criticize me, they're scared, wara, So we followed. And I knew you can say this thing. People are angry in the township who might even attack us when we go home. So we went to the local radios, say things in Zulu, in Xhosa, in whatever. We went to local radios after we've exhausted TVs to say, yes, we hear, we acknowledge these things. There's Black Lives Matter, there's discrimination, alleged discrimination, which is yet to be proven, but we are working on it. That's what we are working on it. And it's systematic. So 10 years later, we can't be talking to someone to say, I was suffocated, I could not talk, because we're creating a platform to empower them first. Those who don't understand diversity, they would know diversity, that I should treat people with respect, irrespective. So there was a systematic approach. So, okay, we'll see. I know the catch was on that we'll launch, appoint the Ombudsman by the 28th of August. We had 35 days to do that. I'm sure some people, they were praying to and they are God. So we'll see. We didn't sleep. Luckily, we had a dynamic team, Tami or Musa. There was a team that was helping. So whilst I'm doing this engagement with SASCOC, I kind of believe in protocol. I don't want to be slapped and clapped unnecessarily. Or you getting to the minister, he already has an attitude. So we went to SASCOC. The same day we went to SACA. And with everybody are engaged. Luckily, the benefit of being new. I asked, it looks like these things are not starting. But what did you do, Ninake? I'll ask that. So even the same SACA, that SACA was looking at the legalities. I said, even universities, they have ombudsman. It shows that we want to hold ourselves accountable, getting to the root of everything. So we went to the sponsors later, I think, everybody. I asked a question, the sponsors, I said, sometimes because I've been reading that the sponsor would leave with this, I was like, when there's forensic audit or alleged corruption or maladministration, the fear is the sponsors. I was like, what kind of sponsors are these that are not concerned about allegations of racism? And I asked them in that meeting, there's a recording. They kept quiet. Then I said, nonetheless, how do we take this process forward? We want to be held accountable. We met with the players even one Sunday. After that week, Sunday afternoon, we met with the players. We met with the minister the following week. So they agreed that we meet twice a year to kind of monitor this, to report to them. I said, yeah, that's good. At least I don't think it's good for your brand to have the discrimination. Yes. And then, obviously, there will be things in the papers. And what I didn't understand is that the chairperson will meet, and then some things they want to finish offline. And now, when we did a T3, I was like, if we approve, I don't know the relationship, it was a private thing, though we spent some money, I think 250. I was concerned that I can't speak SJN. And then again, we were doing something contrary. I even said to the board, I wrote in their bala, we are trima. I even wrote like that. So I cannot be correcting the wrongs. And then there's anything that erases. So I was vigilant because I'll get discredited. You can't send me out there to say, no, you are on top of it, we take responsibility. That's why we developed this concept. And then they'll say, but look at now. So it looks like the timing of even this allegation of salaries and irregular appointments came that to say either they were testing us. So I said, no, we need to. Don't worry, issues will be looked at it in its own merit, but you can't continue doing wrong things. So I guess it would have been seen as an interference that how do you, in the T3, because we partner, they came to us, we even met with Francois, after we said there was no formal presentation. Let it come, and then we can ask the relevant question. It really came, asked relevant question, and is my captain so mature? And then fine, it was approved. So now later money, I said, but there was no financial implication. No, the staff they will use, they will keep it. Okay, fine, can live with that. But now, when the team was all white, I kind of thought, no, the people are shooting me on the foot. I'm not gonna. I said, guys, you cannot talk transformation now. We managing things, and then we partnering with a concept, T3, which is dynamic, and then we allow them to use our players, but it won't be representative. And let me even give credit now to, once I was raising that, even Ompile raised it. Oh, Dr. Eugenia, look at you. You are saying transformation. Look at your team. I said, okay. We have a WhatsApp. I shared with a WhatsApp. I said exactly what I raised. That we can't. So at least they were mature enough to change. They have one black person to captain. It was a 3 teams because it's called T3. So it was more that you had to be vigilant. And then now you talk this, they will ask about specific things. I don't know how many times I was asked about grants contract, Mark Boucher, and this. And if you go to Robert Marawa, you know those things. But if we are new, you are in the board, there's something called policies. Yeah. These are policies. In page 76 of the policies of this institution, there are remuneration policies, you see. And I served in almost all committees except for audit, for strategic reasons. If you had to transform, you must transform how employees are treated, how are they paid. So I served in HR, I served in finance, I served in cricket.com. You should ask them, I really ask stupid questions. And alongside that, Minister was on our case. And I'll repeat it again, I served in 6 state entities. I served with 6 ministers. You don't meet a minister twice in a year. In this board, I met the minister 3 times in less than a month. I was like, oh my God. And he was resolute transformation. We don't have lifetime to transform. He's concerned about the top leadership, that is all white males, and the issue of forensic, he raised it, and all that. And the board's inability to self-correct. That self-correct, that's what even led us to end up going in October. So some of the 3 of us who were new, we were answering for the sins of others. So obviously I'll come back and say, in my function, how do we self-correct? I said, but Minister, at least we tried this. He said, yes, it's good, we see, but this, you know, we self-correct. I was like, okay. And then these threads that will take the colors, there were 4 things. I have that document here. In my pack is there, summary of what minister, I haven't shared with the board. Well, I like taking notes. Because we go to a meeting, Jesus. And then people will talk about something else. I said, no, you must answer the script. I can't go back to the portfolio committee. They ask us these questions, 24. Then I want to answer 8 and leave the other. And talk about, maybe this Mhlongo or this person. I said, no, here's the script. You need a column and say this is what was asked. If you can't answer, say, not now. So I kind of had to guide the board to be answering directly. Because also, anytime we go to the minister, they would ask me to present. So we'll meet like 10 to 12. We're meeting the minister at 2. Eugenia, between 12 and 1:30, is still preparing this presentation for the minister. And I'll speak to it, you know, and hence I had to understand everything. So the issue of cricket, because minister has met with players, they raise issues of salaries, they raise issues of selection, they raise issues of discrimination. So everything that he has, be it players, former players, be it legend, he was bringing back to us. To say this happened under your watch, it's like we are not leading. I was like, what did I get myself into? But nonetheless, when you're a big girl, you had to come with solutions. So we say, Minister, yes, it says this is where we are trying to do this. So finally, we developed this, which we agreed. Come 28th of August, the minister launched the concept. He launched SJN, saying that, citing the Constitution, that is the right transformation must happen, and even thanked me for spearheading this or developing the concept, and then say, but, you know, when you fail an exam, you fail there's another course, your parents say, but you've got 80 years, 70 years, but this maths. So I was like, so bad, which to me is fair. We needed to deal with this. even with the forensic, I'll speak to certain other things that might be perceived as discriminatory. So the minister launched it. So now we already appointed, I think a week before, a Saturday, already had interviews. In that 35 days, we engaged all the stakeholders in cricket. All. We did not sleep. And then on a Saturday, we were here 9 hours. We interviewed 4 people for the position of the ombuds, and the placement for the job got it, but they were excellent candidates. So, Radike, I guess with your experience in the TRC and other places. So, after we launched, it was now, when do we roll out the issue of budget? We went to finance. The budget was costed by Musa. They had a team. They said, okay, if we get a building, we didn't want to have a building here because we wanted the independence. We thought if people come, we don't want to say, hey, to see the face I don't want to see, or this. So already got a space in Saskok for free or some stipend. But I argued that you're our mother body, so you can give us the space. And then there was a budget of 20 million, and thank God for Devon. And I need to thank all my colleagues because they approved it, the previous board and the members' council. So the 20 million that we requested, it became 10. Then I said, it looks like, I'm not sure, because if you believe in something, you fund what you believe in. So it's something we could live with until March. We're going to get new budget in March. There's a question I asked when they were presenting in the portfolio committee that 370 million is used for transformation. I said, no, it cannot be, unless you throw it somewhere, people don't transform. So when we got back to say, CFO, please tell us this. They said, Dr. E is right. It cannot be. So unfortunately, if you are not able to ask the right questions, a wool can be pulled over you. I was like, and I'm very careful when I say things to the portfolio committee, because those things are on record, and you might be misrepresenting facts. So I also refer to something about the forensic audits that was reported there, or issues that I feel that other blacks were targeted. So then, if Minister said the former players are saying they were cheated, they were paid less than their counterparts, played in the same team. So he said, okay, let's get to see this. So it will go to transformation, it will go to HR, and then if there's anything to be done, finance must look into that. I want to also, maybe dispel a narrative. There's this, the sponsors, we love them. We want them to sponsor. But the business model of this sporting federation, 90% of the almost $1 billion, well, that's why everybody wants to be here, 90% comes from playing international games and having those commercial contracts for media. So the sponsors would sponsor probably 10%. Whether it's a 20 million or it's a 5 million, all together. So, and besides, I'm a believer that I serve in other boards. I'm a client in many of these companies. Those companies have unions. There's no way you can invest and then let your sponsor, be used to promote racism. There's no company in this country. You can ask clicks. So those things are not acceptable. I guess we sometimes go back to these things. And my belief is that if you're looking at some of us our age, we've suffered in our various small towns and in schools and universities. And by the way, hence maybe I get some bit of boldness. If as a teenager you've seen prison, what else are you scared of now? We've suffered. So you ask a question, did we really go to prison for this? Did we enjoy tear gas like this? Did we miss class because you cannot write for this? So we hold each other accountable. And I'm on record to have said that the public must hold us accountable. I am here as a chief servant when I'm a board member. I know it's nice to write on a board member here, CV. There's more to it to life than that. And I always told one minister, before I serve you, I'm accountable to God before you. And remember the 7 fundamental questions. That's what will you be remembered for. So now, these issues that are coming from the minister, I was like, I'm tired now. After the third one, I was like, this is just not on. But you can see it's pushing, is this, duck and dive. Why we ducked and dive, shame, we did. No, the minister, we engage lawyers. And let me say here to the board members, look at that camera, to the board members, it's easier to spend money on lawyers. It's easier to make lawyers, including you, to make lawyers be smiling to the bank rather than solving this, the main problem. For me, I remember we spoke once, I was in East London. He said, hi, Dr. E. I said, if you can't do this thing, you can close the shop, take the 5 million, give it to the women. It won't say we did not try. So once we do this, we protect yourselves, the law, there are certain things that you say in the interest of peace and unity. If you want to be legalistic, yes, in terms of our MOI, the minister maybe can walk and end here. He might not end here. And there's a senior counsel in it. What's that company we used of lawyers? When I raised that, he agreed with me. One Saturday, we spent weekends. Sure, I know. Weekends, 2 days. So I said, guys, I hear the legalities. But politically, you need the minister. There's this fortress that he said, you're going to take the colors, we won't do international games, we don't do this. I remember one time Graham called me, please speak to the minister, we want to go and play, I think in England, our women's team. Then I said, like my mother, you have to please her before she gives you pocket money, So I was like, better do what is right, tick this box. Let's be on ticking this box. I'm sure we can convince the minister. So that's where we are. But then, if you allow me, I'll go through the things that I've noticed that they do really somehow, because when I developed this house, I didn't have an idea what I would see. So now, with everything that is here, somehow I was able to connect the dots. The first weakness, maybe as a strategist and counsel to the new board, the chairperson mustn't. There's a tendency for whoever is a CEO to get close to the chairperson. I didn't criticize the board or members' council, but as a governance expert, I had a serious problem with that dual role. Here, you are the board chairperson. Then we take a resolution to go here. You go to a meeting next door. You again chair that meeting. In most cases, the resolution changed. The board begged us not to leave with the independents. They begged us, because we were ready to resign. And then they went to a meeting a day after. And then the same, now they are members' council, are wearing a different cap. You are, you are SRC chairperson. Then now you are whatever leader, or SCM. Then they go there, and then they say, no, everybody must go. But are you saying, you as majority, you could not convince your colleagues that they should stay? So to us, I said to them, you know what, when we're talking offline, these people, they might be doing something in good faith, in bad faith. If you say, no, stay for stability. So we ended up, you say, you know what, maybe it's not worth it. And besides, all the sins, forensic, we're not part of it. Everything, we're not part of it. We came to meet this thing here. Okay.
Let's do this. What is it exactly that you are saying the board did or did not do in promoting transformation?
I'm getting to that. I call it what is strange. I'm even in promoting, pursuing social justice and nation building. These are the issues. First, the media policy was abused. The media policy was abused because they will go to the media, the CEO and this. It was abused and then will be used to correct. And I raised that. It's in writing, in my email. And in that council, I did say when I read CSA, I'm asking which CSA, is it the one I'm serving as a board member? And this thing did not go to any committee. At least I serve in the 4 committees. So the media policy was abused. In my view, it was allowed. And the 2 people who have authority is the chairperson of the board, Mr. Chris Nenzani, and the CEO.
Can you just give an example or just expand on the abuse of the media?
In that July, you should go, it's in the public domain, it's in my pack. There were allegations, apart from Graham and being a captain and this, But there's something specific about Mr. Jacques Fall, Dr. Jacques Fall, that someone was called to the office and then threatened, and then after that you don't get a contract. And in the same, on Twitter, because I get sent these things, and I share with the board on our WhatsApp, someone says the other one even had to end up going to Uganda to play. So I don't know, they end up sharing a salary. Once he was either getting 3,000, someone was getting 40,000. So there was so much disparity. I said, how did this happen? How is it feasible? Playing in the same team. So there were those. So I'll be asking my colleagues, I'll be asking HR, is this only then? I said, no, it's paid by SACA. I'll go to the SACA thing. So then I said, there's more root cause analysis that is needed. So there were complaints from the minister, from the legends, from everybody. People didn't complain, it's only sponsors, which is very strange. And then...
But I need to understand, when you say the media was abused, what was said? I'm sorry.
Policy. The other abuse is that there was when there was this Mark Boucher thing, there's an issue with the Graham's contract. There's an issue with the appointment of Mark Boucher. There's certain people that were overlooked. I think Nokwe or this. Yeah, I have the details. So now when there's that from the media, we somehow would have a critical element to say, so you appointed your friend. Then Graham did a press conference using South Africa resources, using CSA resources. Hence, I did not understand when I tweeted momentum, even the chairperson of the board, which was now Beresford and Kugandri, they say, no, we distance ourselves. Yes, they distance. I wrote to say maybe I should have written a different platform. I use my own tweet, not CSA resources. I come and see how I was crucified. I cannot thought at the right time I would say. I want to say it slowly. I hope you are listening. Don't sleep right there. I hope you are listening. I want to say it on record here that momentum did not pay for the women's team. I want to repeat it again. Momentum did not pay for the women's team. It was reported in the board meeting. Obviously, I'm looking at salaries. Then I said, why are women earning this? They said they don't have a sponsor. I said, but momentum. And besides, because women came late to the sport. So we should subsidize. No. KG said so, and even Sisola Mate confirmed that. So when the minister was on our case, because I like moving from facts, this is what I did, if you care to zoom. Maybe you should even be going to the camera. I did these salary differentials. I can tell you a date that we shared them with the minister. Because people can talk. I believe in facts. I did this.
Is that part of your submissions?
Yes, it's part of the submission.
What page would it be?
I don't know. It looks like it not be. I saw it in black and white. It's something like this. It's this one, but it's in black and white in your part. If not, I can leave you. What I realized for me is when I engaged with the lawyers, it looks like the second some documents we did not give them. But I sent it to them the day we met. This is the salary differentials. I didn't even use the logo.
What is it headed? What is the title?
Salary differentials presentation. What page?
116.
Thank you. Okay. Let me just get that.
The salary differentials presentation.
Salary, yes.
Maybe let me give a background. Even
it's page 116.
116.
In
the part.
In the file, public hearings, INDE 46329.1.
You might have to be there because I probably share few of the slides. So
file is file 1, okay. Scene setters, and then is capitals INDE 46329.1, and the relevant page is page 116. Yes, Doctor.
Okay. can continue.
Amen.
I might need you there. I was given this data. We were given the data as an HR committee a day before the HR committee meeting, because I read at night. So 11, I'm looking at it, and I said, this is just raw data, but it has levels. So I had to work on the data that I was given, because it will say levels, take it on Word, put it on Excel, and do all this computation. You might have to, it's fine, okay. All this computation, or you are zooming. So now, for, let's put on the spectacles, which is said. It says the heading, 14 national players in various occupational levels. The sample was 34, same level, the way I was given. The 8 were Africans, 2 coloreds, 3 Indians, and 8 whites. They were males. And then the others, females, is 4 Africans, 1 colored, 2 Indians, and 6 whites. So the salaries, I've just put them as they are, the salaries. And in the next one, I did averages. The average is 113,702.49 cents for males, and for female is 33,382. And I went further to say Africans, they are below average by a certain percentage. Long and short of this, which is shocking. Huh?
May I ask if you could just carefully take us through the different categories and just stipulate each amount?
Oh, okay, you need the figures. Well, now we are going to eat on my time. Anyway, that's fine.
Never mind about time.
I shouldn't mind. Okay. So the Africans is 114,191. This is data, raw data was given. Because I said, I don't want 4 months, just give me, we're in August, and it says in the dates here. So I needed July. This is either July. And then the colored 79,194. Indians 105,209. 156,216. That's for whites.
Where do we find that in this document?
In this slide.
117.
That's your page.
Oh, 117.
Yeah, the page you cited, then the next page. So I did that, which is raw, and then I look for averages of the males, adding 114, 79, 105, and 156. Divide by the total number, which is 8, 16, 18, 21. Well, that's how you find averages. I was a math teacher when I was a high school teacher. So the male's average is 113,702.49 cents. At least the Africans are more than the average by 488. The colors are less than the average by 34,508. Indians are less than the average. 34 is 34,000. And then the Indians, they are less by 8,493.63 cents. Whites are above average by 42,514. In the bottom of this, I summarize where I say the overall males earn 70% less than females earn less. So the females' shame is a sorry story. 33,000 is the average, and then Africans are less than the average by 434. Coloreds are less by 6,000. Hey, 670, and then Indians by 19. But no, they are not more than the average by 1,915, and whites are more than the average by 5,264. And I've been having this document, like once they say things leak at CSA, people are looking for cheap popularity. I've been keeping it. The board was presented to HR, presented to the board, but I kept it because I know things will be leaked for someone to achieve or even discredit this process. So there's nothing malicious. Everybody, all the executive, Graham, Kugandri, Welsh, and Dr. Jacques Fall, and all the board, this was presented to them based on the data that I was given, because I requested for it. Because you can't decide, okay, what do you do? So now, what is said is that the colors they earn less by 77,000. I think I did say it in one slide here. 77,000 less a month, which is very unfortunate. And it's 49%, 49.31%. So I've done all the analysis, and then to me it solved few things. It confirmed that there's discrimination in payment, how you pay salaries. And secondly, it shocked me that some people, it's just almost half. They're earning half of what another colleague. I remember on Twitter, one colored boy was saying, "No, Doc, with your justice, you're angering a lot of people." I joked. I said, okay, if I'm angering people with justice, so is it good for people who played in the same team? One stays in Camps Bay, the other one stays in Cape Flat. Is it what you want? Because I didn't go to these details. I just said, is it what you want? Because I knew what I know. But as a mature leader, there was no need to. There are a few things I would deal with people on Twitter. I did that. But I knew this, you need to be discreet with certain things. When they even attack me, I'll say, you are attacking me for claiming that I spent 500 and whatever in an advert. I don't approve media thing. Chris approved it. We didn't even know, Chris and myself, to be fair to him, we didn't know the amount. And in any board, there is no board member who has authority to press a computer and pay. So this shows the maturity of the media. That's why I say I don't know which journalistic school they went to, because you need to hear the other side. You need to research. If you know governance, no board member has. And when, in most cases, when I question things, people would lie and go to the media, So now, what is here, because in this clip from the pair, Dr. Pinar, the actual issues and the headlines of these articles, they are here about salaries, about this. So you needed to verify. Are people saying because they are malicious? Or they are just, crying because they didn't get opportunities? So I kind of thought, okay, I see this. I see everything that is here, all the sentiments and all the articles, but I needed something concrete, substantial, as a scholar and a strategist too. So some of these now, this verified that. So they were not just crying. And on the 20th, if I should go back, when we were saying, I asked Jacques, Graham was in the same meeting. I said, Graham, I said, it might be, I'm not a cricketer, a captain, but if Graham is here and Mark Bacha is here, why is Makaya not employed at CSA? Jacques said, there's no reason why Makaya cannot be employed. Because it's more those things, you play in the same team. So if there are opportunities in your federation, who do you give to and who do you not give to? That one alone, I asked it in an official meeting. There's a recording to that. They said this. I said, okay, I'll take you up on that. But it's not about one person, it's a principle. Because tomorrow it will be maybe Makaya's son, it will be someone else. So I believe in principles, not like we are a witch hunt. So
when you say it was in an official meeting that you asked the question, was that a meeting of the board or was that a meeting just at CSA?
It's two meetings. It's one of the transformation, and I repeated it in the board, that I asked Jacques. Because here we are, and you remember someone said, no, it's even you. Sometimes you get the blacks, and they go, maybe we go and sleep. So it doesn't mean that I'm black, I'm a woman, I transform. That I know, So I said, guys, if we are going to look bad, some of us might not go to, I have a house in King. People will say, Nancy Le, some names, useless people. And we have authority. And Minaka, I don't know, by the way, I was mentored by Matthew Koniu. When we were going to school, even high school, he said, you must study, we are going to govern. I knew that when I'm an adult, I'll study, I'll govern. So there's terms of reference for your committee. You do what is there, nothing less. If you say transformation is law, employment equity is law, BE is law. So now if you are going to do anything else as a board and leave the law, especially if it benefits the previously disadvantaged, then count me out. And remember, I did say, if you are not ready to transform, please don't appoint me. Now I'll drive transformation until you say, hold on. It's Africans. In English, it's hold on. NgesiXhosa uthi hayi not kubaleka kakhulu uyabaleka dok yima baba machako. You know, so that's what I said, and then I assume when they appointed me they were ready to transform. So I raised these issues with the board. I said now maybe it will go to HR. So in one of the recommendations I said HR, it will go to HR and then finance. This was an HR document, by the way, but now I'm bringing a transformation element to it. So HR must say, not only this, it's worse for executives. The executives are earning about 1.2, 1.3, the difference. So I'll go to how, I've got a document from Chantel Moon that was shared with HR about how Graham was appointed. So that's also important. So now you have these people earning this much. Colors paid 77,000 less than this. Whether it's linked to, because you are also integrating this, it's linked to the number of games they play. So you let them sit down for 5 games, play 5 games. Someone was asking me from cricket, is it Peshwayo is not playing? I'm asked that question. I said, I'm not in cricket. But that's the question the board must ask. Mark Bacha, why is another African, wherever they are, not playing? Anyways, even in the public domain. So you go and then when you destroy mates, so to speak. So those are the things. At the end, Radi, it translates to how much you are paid. So if you don't deal with the formula, then we can cry foul. I did say that to the minister. There's even
did you ever get, or didn't you ever get a response to the questions you were putting that would say there is no guarantee that is given to any player as to the number of games that the player would be required to play? Or, which means the same thing, people are selected to play in terms of their performance readiness or in terms of how good they are as players, not in terms of their race or their gender. I would imagine that that could have been a response, but I just want to know if it was something that you met in the course of your inquiries from those whom you were telling that in your considered opinion, the black players were not selected as frequently as they should have.
Okay, thank you, Parati. That's why I'm saying this is a systematic. If you are going to think with dismantle apartheid and do this, it was systematic, entrenched. That argument did come. Then I said, okay, as a strategist, I'll go back to the root cause. And now that you are there, let's talk about the franchise. I asked a question, even in the document that says legends. The legend raised it. The franchising. My son has gone to private school. So it's like there's a private school of cricket that qualifies you to go to Wits and UCT. If you go to Pamkanduli, you would go to Forte or Unitra. There's that which you need to look at. So this franchise thing and that, so it has an element of coming with an output that is predetermined. But we never took a step as the board or executive to pronounce on that formula because there's an input. So when the output comes in, you cannot come later and say the output is this. There are two things. There's an actuarial formula, and it's nice to when a black person argues. You get a Dukose, I say Kotze, is it Kotze? I say Kotze because he speaks Afrikaans like a Dukose. This one guy who said this cause. You argue that is this, you can't get for the high performance. So the things where you need to look is the pipeline. The money that say is spent, that 372 spent, they say for rural, for this, those responses they give to the portfolio committee, I can tell you without fear of contradiction, it's just, they know these politicians, they won't ask next time. So you say there, I come and ask you. Then I say, where is it here? The facilities in the rural communities, they're not there, you know? And funding, How do you fund? I developed a policy. I developed 4 acts in this country. Yeah, I'll share that. I even wrote a chapter on transformation in Act 22 of 2019. When we were doing the FET Act, we had redress funding. You can't fund a club that is probably in an elite place that can attract funding because of proximity to Gauteng, let's say, the same way you find border. Who is there in Eastern Cape to fund? Transkei? It's West now, their scope. I was like, so this goes up to Transkei. And I served Transkei as an education specialist. So we did redress funding. Ngqongqoshe will give them more funding to come to a level because they might not get exactly to the East London College. So all these formulas.
For the transcribers, Ngqongqoshe is spelled NGQUNGQUSHE. Yes, Doctor.
So I'm drawing from my experience that these things are doable, but it needs a leadership will. Hence, in this house, I said leadership will. We influence even at national level. That you can't say now we are in liberation, let's fund the same. No, the funding is the same. This is the formula. There was a redress funding, which maybe the board should consider. There was a redress funding because we're not all in the same level. And to move between Bishop and go to Ngqongqoshe is 4 to 5 hours. I don't know what factories are there, whether there's a company that can fund. So those are the kind of things that you can look at. So these salary things, which was raised here by Dr. Pinar, I waited to do this. And then, obviously, we needed to look at Graham's contract, which Chantel Moon gave. This is a policy document. And then it's 102 pages. And then there's this one on remuneration, which I guess the company must follow that.
Where would that be?
No, I'll give it additional. You can get it internally. Yeah, you can get it here. I just did this for the purpose, because I'm an auditor in my other life. So when you say support portfolio of evidence. So this is the portfolio of evidence. It's 17 pages about how Graham was appointed. It was started by Tabang. And then in some email from the former board member before our time, it's alleged that, anyway, it's written, because I have that email, the president, Mr. Chris Nenzani, wanted to meet and greet Graham, or the candidate. Anyway, he was approached. It's all here. And then after the interview, when you interview at that level, you come with presentation. Even the format, it didn't come with presentation. That's one. If there was a proper union, they will say, no, that's you are treating someone different. If all 4 of you come with presentation, everybody must come with presentation. All the details are here. In short, the process was not followed well. And secondly, the appointment of Mark Boucher, it says here, and probably whatever potential conflict you can say, we play together or this. So according to this document, and the one, when this article came about appointing Mark Boucher, I'll talk to it, what Graham wrote to the board. She says, in my contract, it says I can hire and fire, so I appointed according to my contract. Then I responded. I was the only one who responded. I said, I don't understand this. So if your contract says you was fired, does it say don't follow processes? So in this document, in the same contract, there's a clause that says, in line with the policies. I can't get to the exact thing.
We need to have a copy of that document, and we need to have it given an exhibit number. And we also need to make sure that Mr. Boucher gets a copy of the document. Excellent. So that he
So even both Graham,
is
but
in
anyway.
a position to react to it in line with what you are going to say to it.
There are details.
Can we deal with this appointment issue that you are raising? You say the policy was not followed in appointing Graham Smith. And in what position was he appointed in?
Director of Cricket. The document dates back to before our time, November 2019. It has the weeks. So it narrates that there was this position to be filled. Tabang More pursued it, but I don't even know if it's linked to a color, because after that, Graham says, unfortunately, he tweeted or something. Yeah, I see the tweet is written here that I'm not taking the offer. So that's where now it appeared that someone went back to beg him or something.
Who is responsible for the appointment of a director?
It's the CEO in conjunction with the board or a relevant board committee.
So if there was no compliance with the policy, it would have been the board that have failed and the CEO to follow the policy.
All that is put here that the HR, I think it was in there. I think the chairperson did not attend. He was shortlisted. There were 4. The names are here. Interviewed. Everybody came with presentation. He didn't come with presentation. I think he came the following day. Everything is here. And then later withdrew to say and tweeted whatever he tweeted. And then Chris now intervened. According to the former board member, it was supposed to be a meet and greet. And there's an issue of a salary. A salary of 4 million was agreed. How it ended at 5.4, that still needs to be explained.
Do you know, you mentioned that he withdrew, so he withdrew from the process.
Process the first time.
Yes, and then after he withdrew, how does he now come back?
And there was this thing, I think the black CEO was suspended, so now we could work with Jacques, which is very strange even in this New South Africa. It looks like he could work with Jacques. There's an allegation, which I can't prove here, that in the initial contract, there was a condition that provided Dr. Jacques Fall as the CEO. That is known to the board, but it was changed. That was before our time. But
so let's deal with it chronologically. Then do you say Mark Boucher then was appointed? Who appointed Mark Boucher?
Graham Smith.
Were the processes followed in the appointment of Mark Boucher?
They were not, and he was using a clause that says he can choose his team. But then that clause, there's another clause that says you need to follow policies. And what is also strange, when the contract are drafted by a legal advisor, a certain, I think Ms. Naidu, there's a legal advisor here, a certain contract, when they are drafted, he looks at them. But in cases of their contracts, they were done by David Baker. So the lady, this HR executive or consultant, queried that contracts are done now. There was a legal advisor here who looks at contract. So there's even a column where certain contracts, when they were changed. So here is what was changed, is how it was. This is the normal practice. So now
we have the document.
Yeah, I think it's here for you.
Okay.
I struggled to get it. Well, I had to get it from, I don't know what happened. So this is the normal contract. So, it's a contract that changed by David Baker.
Who is David Baker?
He's a lawyer. I said it's Graham's lawyer. He's a lawyer for SACA.
So he's changing what? He's changing
the employment contract, which I think is even HR weakness. Why would you allow an external person to change your contract? I'm hearing it for the first time here. And by the way, I've always been having this. I kept it for the right time.
So you are saying there's a person who is responsible for the drafting of the contracts internally?
Yes.
And when it came to the drafting of the contracts of Mr. Smith
and Mr.
Boucher, they were drafted by a person other than the person who has been appointed to do that.
They were routed outside the organization.
Are they employment contracts?
They are employment contracts. The whole thing is here. It's like I read it early this morning at 5. I was shocked because this thing was supposed to investigate before we left. There was a resolution, we need to investigate this. So we all resigned. So I kind of parked it there. But I browsed it through then. But now when I went to details, you can say every step, certain people who would have qualified for the position, they were not given an opportunity.
So what is as I understand, you seem to be saying there was irregular appointment of the two. How do you relate that to the issues that the Ombuds is dealing with?
Should I connect the dots? The Ombuds has to look into this. Luckily, there are facts. This, you look at it together with the policy, including remuneration. So I asked in the board, this allegation that the salary that was approved was 4 million. Who approved the 5.4? No one remembers. Anyway, there are records of board meetings. So I guess between the president, Mr. Chris Nenzani, and Dr. Jacques Fall, the acting CEO, they probably had to account. So where I'm going, should have this been Sunday, January, it would have made the headlines. We would have gone for forensic. We would have fired him. If it were a black person not following process, and by his own admission, I don't blame him. He's a player. He might not know certain governance issues, but there are people to guide. When he wrote to the board, what was this? He says, my contract says I can hire and fire, and the board must release a media statement, and he typed a paragraph of what to say. I was like, Africans, I've never seen this. I said, so your contract says you can do this. Did it say you must ignore policies? And second, if you have a license, you're supposed to drive on the left. Can you just, because you have a license, drive on the right? I said that in writing. All board members copied. Then I said, I'm wondering if in your contract there's anything that says you can instruct the board to issue a media statement. But unfortunately, because of the relationship that the chairperson will be told what, it's like he was told in some cases, and we picked it up. When it hits no to the board, no, the president approved. I was like, I even said to people, Chris, you are not a board to yourself, for your own protection, and also to protect us. Because if there's a comeback, it's going to affect us. It didn't go to committees. So in terms of media, there was that. He approached media, anything media, together with the CEO. So there was that. If something would go, Chris would either decide. But there's no resolution about the 5.4. And this one says it explicitly, in detail. And there are other appointments, how things are done. Really, I don't know what's the role of this. If you read this, then CSA can throw this into the bin.
So when you say as the board you were supposed to deal with this issue of this appointment, where was it raised?
It was raised in a meeting.
The irregular appointment.
And it was referred to HR to investigate. So the HR chair made 2 recommendations before he left. We are going to look at this contract issues or any other, because we're not specific to a person. Because it could be January appointing Fumisa. We needed to look at those. And then also the one was to recruit a CEO. Hence, Kokari had to act. So that's it. So that's about it. This, yeah. And then
I was going to propose, Mr. July, that we take a 10-minute break now and get copies of those documents so that we, with Dr. Ameyaw, as she's testifying me with references to these documents that she has indicated. Now we are at 10 to 2. And if we took a 10-minute break, we should be back at 2. And she will testify and try and complete by 14:30.
Excellent, that's fine.
Which is when we
That's fine.
will get Professor Andre Odendaal. So if we could adjourn now until 2 o'clock, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I've looked at the document, but I have not had an opportunity to read them. Of course, what we may have to do is to, because the allegations that are made against, in particular, the cricket.
To inform residents that due to pumping challenges, some of our reservoirs and towers are running dry.
Please, we said we must switch off all the phones. And it was precisely for that. Because those things will go into the record. Yes, Mr. Chula.
Yes, Cricket South Africa regarding the appointment of Mr. Graham Smith and Mr. Boucher. Of course, we need to also advise Mr. Mr. Graham Smith about him appointing Mr. Boucher, because it would seem that the board and the CEO were responsible for the appointment of Mr. Smith. So they will have to respond to that. And Mr. Smith has to respond to the appointment of Mr. Boucher.
I would have wanted to suggest, subject to what you, I would have wanted to suggest, subject to what you will say, that perhaps now that this testimony is focusing on evidence or on documents that we had not had sight of, all of us, it may well be that Dr. Eugenia Kula-Ameyaw must probably testify on the remainder of what she had intended to do, and if needs be, then she could be recalled to deal with this aspect of her testimony.
Yes.
Because all of us are taken by surprise, because we didn't have the documents to consider, and I would even suggest that whatever documents we have now been given copies of, and to the extent that these documents make allegations, or allegations can be extracted from the documents about others, they also must be placed in possession of the documents so that they can consider what stance they want to take in regard thereto. So, Dr. Ameyaw, I suggest that you do not deal to the extent that you would have had to do with this aspect of your testimony until we have done the processes which I have suggested to the evidence leader should precede any hearing of the further evidence which you were giving, which relies on the document that has just been submitted. And I suggest that the documents be given exhibit numbers. I would give document headed Portfolio of Evidence, Director of Cricket and Protea Management, Team Management, July 2020. Let's make that Exhibit 1. or Exhibit A. Let's say Exhibit A. Yes. Then there is the document headed Policies and Procedures. Let's make that Exhibit B. And there is one headed Governance Council to CSA Board, the T3 Solidarity Game Case. We will make that one Exhibit C. Then we can proceed for the next 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I think in my submission, I did refer to this, that you can get it from Moon or Vuyokazi in the email I sent to, because I changed the laptop, but I found it. So maybe the last, Chair, I'm just looking at the date. I'll leave it, but the date according to Chantel Moon, when there were media allegations about this mark voucher issue. And then on the same day, the contract came from David Becker signed. But everything is here, not drafted by me. It was sent to us on the 4th of August for HR processing. So maybe the two things. So my question, Chair, is in one of the allegations by the players, forgive me that in cricket I get to know them, that where he was called to the office. Is it not a coincidence, or is it not strange, or can you connect the dots that Mark Boucher, I have nothing against him, and Jack, they work together in the Northerns? And I did ask the Northern Chair, if there's an issue against you in any organization, they'll ask you to maybe say something. But for some strange reason, the board they'll even call you back, even say, no, he's going to come back and respond to the things. So I'm saying, if it was Advocate and Fumisa, would you not say, he's appointed because they are from the same village or they are from same Eastern Cape? So in short, there are things that are allowed, to happen when it's certain individuals, which can perpetuate racism, nepotism, unfairness, because there's no other person who did not follow process, So I'll get to how things are kind of picked up. So unfortunately, and others maybe they would have been charged or dismissed by now. Let me go to some inconsistencies, or the same issue of the appointment was read in an email by Ashwath Prince, because they said they didn't meet the requirements, so they would not have applied, but a lot of others would have applied for a position who meet the requirements. But the detail in chronological order is here in the 17 pages. I can come back for that. Okay, it was an HR matter, or you can call Vuyo, but it's self-explanatory. But I'll bring out the transformation part and the perception that there are different rules for different people, which unfortunately, in my view, from a transformation perspective, they are discriminatory. I'll speak about board representation, I'll speak about SACA, so the salary and the Titans issue, I think I can come back to it and the IB, certain things that are allowed, even the minister should note. When there's anything, I'll raise them sharply with the minister. I'll say this. The forensic audit. Let me say that, one thing I forget is match fixing. Yeah. The forensic audit, now that I have this big pen, I don't need the spectacles. It was commissioned before our time, and the results came, I had a serious challenge with the charges in the first place, though the terms of reference included the journalists, revoking accreditation of journalists. And then you could see those 5, they might be hostile towards CSA or the person. So there are these terms of reference. Because in April, when I applied, because I've done my research before my interview, I already saw that this gentleman, Thabang, whatever, he already apologized and wrote to SANEF. I said in a meeting, shared by Chris, I said, Chairperson, is it not maybe appear that you are witch hunting or malicious if you charge someone for something is apologized for, that is in the public domain? Won't we lose the case in court? They said, no, because there'll be a flimsy argument given. I was like, to me it doesn't make sense. Because law is like, I don't know, you should come with the right word. It's corrective. If someone has sinned or made wrong, it's apologized. In the media, it's in the public domain, on a YouTube or somewhere, and also in writing to SANEF. Then I said, I don't say someone must not be charged. And don't get me wrong, I don't believe in corruption or anything. But if something is a corruption to one, and in another case is allowed to happen, that's where I will have a serious problem. So that's that in the forensic.
Can I ask you, the forensic that you are referring to is the
Fundutsi.
The Fundutsi forensic.
Yes.
So when you say you are not happy with the charges, which charges are you referring to?
Is the one of the journalist accreditation revoked. Because I personally feel he already apologized before I even joined this organization. It's in the public domain. So when you charge my little union experience, because I would have argued there's a witch hunt here as a shop steward. Why do you charge someone for something you apologize for? So that's that. And secondly, the acting contract of Dr. Jacques Fall indicated that he's not supposed to pronounce on anything that is related to the former CEO or suspended CEO, which makes sense because you cannot talk about the position that you are holding. You might be hunting with a salt in a pocket. So that was the contract. And when he tried in one meeting, before I even had this, it was but Chris who said, Jacques, we are not supposed to, you are right, Eugenia. In his contract, he cannot pronounce on Thabang More's case. But what is strange, when on the 19th of June, when he went to Parliament reporting people who were interviewed, they are there, you check the YouTube, 19th June. He didn't mention himself that he was interviewed by the Fundutsi. Fundutsi goes in a date where we went, I can't remember whether it was September, because there was only one board committee meeting where we went. Fundutsi then reports that they interviewed Jacques Fall. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to give evidence against a person whose position I'm holding. Will I be, is it not contravening your contract? It's worse that I heard that you went 3 times. So, and then, didn't you lie in public to the portfolio committee? That's also something else. Or is it not misrepresentation or not reporting that? Well, you have a list, a slide with people who were interviewed, but without yourself. And then the interviewer comes to say you were interviewed in the same platform. So I'm thinking some of the things, it looks like if we don't follow process, we'll be accused of a witch hunt. And I raised these issues because I said, if we go to court, you'd like to compromise. I did say, is it not maybe the best to settle out of court? Later now, the IB settled with Nasai, who even signed the SACA contract, who was in the SACA saga, by the way. And in the first page of the Fundutsi report, it says the period investigated overlaps between the leadership of Thabang and Harun. And when I saw, I was like, okay, there's someone who was paid 3 million titinati or something. And I'll talk about what Marius said, which links with the max fixing. There's this, my argument says, if there's 3 million and there's 87 million. So we're targeting someone. Look, we need to be fair. If it's wrong, it should be wrong for the 4 people. And then I asked a colleague in the board, no, Tina, you are not bothered. Because it was him who gave us the loans. Because we're going to recoup the money from some contract. But the South African media will not say anything about it. But let it be Sunday, January. They'll say he spent it. It will be like you've eaten the money, it's in your pocket. Even the car you drive. So it's more this, that there's this deliberate thing to destroy black talent. You know? So now you say blacks, you discredit all of us. I was hearing from Ombudsman Dumisa Ntsebeza, there's another notorious board member. I'm known for controversy. I'm known for truth, you know, because no one questions these things. So I can trend that, that's fine. The truth, according to the Bible, the one has sworn that I've said that thing, but the truth will make me free. That's what my Bible says. And secondly, let me say that righteousness and justice are the foundation of God's throne. Then that's what is strange. And then one evening, this night thing, luckily I sleep late at night, and an email is written to Ernest to open a case in the police against a service provider. And I'm saying, whoa. This forensic report, I got it. Tabang was fired on the 27th, a day before we launched. I got the thing on the 5th of October. I said, you move ahead. In my experience in a forensic report, the forensic auditor comes and presents, you ask, you check the methodology, you check biases, you check, and then he goes back and comes with the final. He can even come twice before you accept it. But here, it's a secret. But once it's a secret, now someone must be arrested. Then I ask a question, this Titinati person, if he's arrested, and he's a black service provider, if now you report a case, did he pay himself? It's like now someone came to steal money. The same Eugenia came and paid 500 and whatever for the advert, you know? So I was like, I said, no. Then I said, for that matter, this is the process. Fortunately, Ernest agreed with me. I said, you should have come, and I'm still expecting someone to present before we take serious decisions that are likely to have some implications for the board, because they were severally and jointly liable. So those are the kind of things that we, the black boards, will allow. We are pushed to. I'll leave the other little things that I'm just shocked, Chairperson, Ombudsman, that even this current board, we moved from 3 women. The minister was insisting. We committed that we'll have 3 women in the board. I'm wondering, what is the minister saying now with 1 lady? Anyway, the panel was all 5 males. So those are the kind of blind spots that you are not, that must be deliberate in transformation. You can be called notorious or whatever, but there are targets, there's employment equity. So in a country that has this, similarly, they will argue that the merit thing, you know what, luckily I'm not, the sport my parents played, my dad played rugby. You know, that's why Francois Pinar is my captain. You know, my mother started a football club. You know, I understand that. But when I see a cricket game, I see these adverts, I'm looking at business. They are getting some mileage for advertising. So some company to get the mileage for free doesn't make sense. So now, this argument that you ask, if then it holds, I know some Africans, they'll be scared to be called quota, you know, because they don't know where we come from. We won't even be here in our time. You know, they don't know where we come from. But it's not a quota, if you call it that way, quota candidate that won us a World Cup in the rugby. So if there's this merit issue or blacks are not good, didn't bring us a World Cup? For that matter, with all these things, okay, if people are excellent, why haven't you won a World Cup? I'm asking as a naive person, forgive me, but that's that. Then the minister would say to us, I don't want to go to Europe and be watching a team that looks like Europe. He talks demographics. The other dynamic, which I told the minister, you talk demographics, but the EPG says minimum 3. In one document, I'm sure Max will give it to you too, the attempts representative, there was a resolution, hence I don't like events with no action, that says we'll move from 3 to 6. It's somewhere here. There was a resolution that we'll move from 3. Why should we be given a pacifier instead of red bottle with the milk? Because we are black. And then we talk transformation. You have a transformation committee. You have a blackboard. And then you give us a pacifier. Black people, no, 1, 2, 3, and there. Then the other ones can fill the room. No, we can pay you 3 times these ones. Those are the kind of, that doesn't make sense to me. If you don't deal with those in a way that is fair, that is transparent, then you are not going anywhere. And by the way, we already had a plan. But our executive don't earn much, except for those who, they said, okay, the CEO, he's done this, he's earning 350,000 a month. But they are not talking about the one who earns 450 a month. That's the South African media. I'm not surprised. You know? So those are the kind of things that, as I'm saying, the media in this country, some media, they promote this racism. They will tell us, what did they say, you are capturers? Thanks to Prof, who continue 30 years to be a divided country. 30 years. I read in this your book, Prof. I know you are watching. Thank you. Because I read. That a prince in my, a closer prince in this book. So now I'm advertising for you, Prof. In this book
is entitled
African Game. You see? I read in this book with the photo of a closer prince. In the 1860s, played cricket. Now when I'm a closer, I'm serving in a board and I'm qualified and I deliver. You are capturing the cricket. I said, how do I capture what my forefathers played in the rural communities? It's neither here nor there. Even if they did not play, there are laws in this country. We're supposed to transform, and I refuse anything that takes us to Egypt. We can't go back to where we were able to find ourselves in the Codesa here. It might be negotiated, not well, but we are here peacefully. There was no bloodshed. Hence, I was worried over the weekend with the Zuma thing. I said, hey, I hope they won't be shooting. I'm a peaceful person, let alone, you know. So that's that, Chair. Let me go to the oxymoron. I did say, Chair, I think in the last 10 minutes, let me check my time.
3 minutes, actually.
Oh, in the oxymoron, Chair. Because when we were questioning, where do these salaries that pay black people less? Black executive, you sit here as an executive, just by name, title, and you're earning a third of what your colleague is earning. How did this? And then the players, what the minister said, no, the players are saying this. I got to learn that SACA, a union, it pays salaries. I said, what? Mind you that I served in SATU at provincial level. And I told you I was a maths teacher, maths and science teacher. I served now when I became a government official, a manager. I served in the bargaining council, where the comrades would sit here, the union guys would sit on this side, negotiate salaries in the province. I've never, where in this country, in the benchmark, luckily the chairperson is a legal person, where in this world, where Solidarity pays salaries for the people they represent? So ESCOM takes money and gives it to Solidarity to pay a NUMSA. So now, if then there's this discrimination, who takes responsibility? What kind of SLA is this? Who agreed to this, which is not a best practice? Especially now there are challenges. What I'm experiencing in Chair is where you have a paymaster. A paymaster, you give them what to pay. They pay for you. You give them.
Doctor, sorry to interrupt. When you say what kind of SLA and you are pointing to a document, is that as SLA?
No, I say what kind of SLA?
Oh, I see.
What are the control mechanisms to make sure we are not criticized? The black people and others, they say we are a useless board. We are promoting white, we're favoring white. But we don't have control if someone else is paying. And I've never seen a report. This is how we decide to pay them.
So salaries are paid by SACA?
Exactly. So what kind of way, which union in the country pays salaries? And I know that someone said you'll be killed to expose that. I'm ready for it. But that's the truth. Check Solidarity, whether they pay salaries for ESCOM.
When you were a board member, did you ask that question from HR as to how does it happen that
No, but look, we
the
were going to
players.
dig into these things. There was a next HR meeting. We didn't even get to that HR. That's why other people have said, these ones, they seem to be, let's even say everybody must go. We didn't get to that meeting. But also, I don't want to, you need to hear and do your research. But when we go, I would have asked, okay, chairperson of HR, write a letter for the board chair to ask what is the formula for this. And I'm wondering, when we pay, let's say 2 million a month, or 5, for argument's sake, how much of that is management fee? You see? Is it a business? Union do have, like now they have a investment company. So really, so now you don't have authority over the staff you employ. And now you take criticism. I don't even think the portfolio committee knows. You take criticism. Who approved this model? Especially if there's this gap that we are all blamed for this. We are a useless board. They say we are here for salaries. Honestly, I feel I was abused here. I was spending more time for the retainer that is small. And also the country must know that there's nothing sinister or big about salaries that are paid board members here. So these are the kind of things I'm thinking, where is the control system? And in auditing, you look for, you strengthen your internal controls. So we don't have control over this. And then we take responsibility. I mean, I wouldn't agree to that. That's what we're going to propose, that then there's this, or strengthen the SLA. But I've never seen in this country where a union is given money. We are abdicating responsibility. And then in the same union, someone was talking about Iris and whatever, there's a tweet thing here. Then there's David Becker, who works for that union. And then he becomes a lawyer for Grace Smith. Was on Twitter that is not conflicted. Even in this document, the one portfolio of evidence, he is cited as a conflict of interest. So then it's allowed, but if it were any other, there are certain things in this country that are allowed when they're done by certain people. And they are not promoting transformation. So he does contracts, and then he does this, then he represents. The last point I need to talk to about the match fixing.
We don't have time.
1 minute or 2. Give me 2, only 2.
No, it's a very complex
Okay,
question. I
leave
would
it.
rather,
Okay.
when we call you to address the aspect
From the board
that
side.
was raised by the exhibits A to C, we also make an accommodation for you to deal with those aspects of max fixing that are relevant to the inquiry.
Thank you very much.
For now, let me thank you for having made yourself available as the first witness of substance which deals with the merits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
You'll hear
much
from
to
us.
the legal team, to the board, to the members' council, to the technical team for your time and precision. Thank you, Ombuds. I wish you all the best. And I'm happy now I'm outside. I don't have to say anything. All the best, but I will really refer the board and everybody to the 7 fundamental questions. Oh yeah, I bought this for you, Ombuds. You know? Yes, I'm not a cricketer, so I even typed it, Cricket for Social Justice. Every stakeholder is here, up to portfolio committee. At least if you forget what I say, you'll remember this.
Wow.
So let's bet for the same South African team that wants not racial sports, that wants transformation, inclusivity. Thank you very much.
That will be
You can even get this company to sponsor the restoration fund.
we will receive this as Exhibit D. Because it has a lot in it.
Yes.
That is.
You don't have to read so many documents. I'm a teacher in my life, so that's a teaching aid. Thank you for me, sir. Prof, you're doing a great job. Implementation. Thank you. So I can switch off.
Our next participant is Professor Andre Odendaal. I suppose you will want to set up. Is he ready? I can see his name on the screen there. Yes, yeah.
Good afternoon, Prof.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Prof.
Okay, good afternoon, Friday.
Advocate Ngele is going to either ask you either to take the oath or to affirm, whichever you do.
I didn't hear you, sorry.
I was saying Advocate Ngele is going to ask you to take the oath. Excuse me, we are in a session, please. Sorry, Prof. We are in a session, please. Advocate Ngele. Prof, are you going to take the oath or are you going to affirm?
I was one. I think, Chair, I will speak my truth, but I'm giving a historical interpretation, yes. I don't know if one takes an oath when you interpret history, because obviously it can be done in many different ways. But I'm happy to affirm if you, with that qualification.
We will administer that for purposes of, uniformity and also for purposes of the pledges which we made to those who represent others who were wanting to know whether people who are going to testify before us are going to be truthful. I have no doubt in my mind, but we need to do the process, the procedure. Advocate Ngele?
Thank you, Advocate Ntsebeza. Prof, do you affirm that the evidence that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So I affirm."
So I affirm.
Thank you, Prof. Odendaal. You have now been sworn in as a participant in the SJN proceedings.
Yes, Mr. July, whom I think you have consulted with in his capacity as a resource available to the Office of the Transformation Ombuds, will sort of usher you in, and then you will let us have the benefit of your submissions.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just put on another set of earpieces so that I can hear better, because there's a lot of echoing. I can't hear properly. I'll just put in something else quickly. Okay, let's try this one. Thank you very much. Sorry to hold you up.
Afternoon, Prof.
Afternoon.
Yes. Prof, your submission, I'm not sure whether you've got the bundle of documents in front of you.
I do know what they all are.
Okay. On page 147,
sorry, I don't have.
You don't have
any. I don't have any documentation from the Commission.
Okay. We have a bundle in front of us, which is from page 147 to page 153. in fact 153, yes. This document, it's your submission that you made to the Commission. And in this submission, you are addressing a number of topics or a number of issues. And one, it deals with the putting in place new paradigms for understanding cricket's past. And from there, you'll be dealing with the integrating from the beginning at every stage and in every area, the experiences hitherto excluded black cricketers.
That's right, that's
right. The third issue that you seek to address with the chairperson is women out of gender ghetto and into the mainstream of cricket history. And the fourth issue is the reconstituting the entire statistical history of South Africa cricket. And the next topic is contextualized organizational histories for all 11 national cricket bodies in South Africa. That is 1890 to the present. And the next one is beyond master narratives and binaries, look for new ways of narrating the past. And you then conclude your submissions.
Chair, thank you for that. Could I just explain that I've got three ideas that I'd like to convey. The first one is the importance of us understanding the history of cricket in South Africa, as you've just read out. And I won't be able to read all that piece by piece, but I will cover those main areas. Secondly, I thought that we'd agreed that I would also speak briefly on transformation since unity and some impressions and overview. And then finally, coming back to that, what you've just read out is to deal specifically with the issue of fast-tracking women into the mainstream of the game at the moment, at this historic moment. So thank you for that. And if that's in order, I can start with those three main areas that I'll cover.
Yes. Prof, before maybe you start, you also provided us with the books where this history can be found. You will also talk to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Jim.
Is it possible for viewers to have sight of the titles of the books and the books themselves? Perhaps the camera can tell us whether we need to put it before you. Then Mr. July is going to be directed by you as to how he must hold the books in such a way that you can see the titles or... Oh, okay. It can only show my ignorance. Thank you, Prof. Over to you, Mr. July.
Yes, Prof. You can now begin with start with your submissions.
Thank you very much, Chair and Advocate July. I thought I'd give you some reading material just to start. So there's several thousand pages there of revisionist history on South African cricket, which I hope this presentation will help make people more aware of, and that will also help us as we try to steer cricket going forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in the SJN process, and I hope my input will help in small ways to take it forward, Chair. It's very, very important. And clearly the Black Lives Matter issue of last year that gave rise to your commission showed that systemic exclusion is still very deep in South African society and in sport. And there's still fundamental issues that we need in taking forward the key issue of transformation. So I'd like to start by taking us back to the very beginnings of the game in South Africa, and that's more than 220 years back to 1795, when the British first arrived at the Cape, that the game has been played here. Right up until the present, we want to rewrite the history of South African cricket. And there's a very good reason for that. The great African novelist Chinua Achebe noted that in the colonial situation, presence was the critical question, the crucial word. Its denial was the keynote of colonialist ideology. And the case of sport and sports history underlines his argument. There are 4 mainstream volumes on the history of South African cricket, Chair, that cover the years 1876 to 1960. And in those 4 volumes, the size of those books there is only one scorecard appears relating to Black cricketers. They are entirely absent in the rest of the history of South African cricket, officially until recently, for nearly 100 years. And this gave rise to notions that Black people did not play so-called Western sports like cricket and rugby. In these histories, they fixed into a caricatured past as primitive people, in inverted commas, who somehow preferred hunting and dancing to these white man's games. Apartheid and exclusion became naturalized eventually. And these assumptions about the naturalness of the culture of sport continue to be reproduced in new guises in the 21st century, post-democracy, without any great self-awareness by a historically illiterate media and sports constituency in the democratic era, reproducing and making acceptable past exclusions in sport in the process. So our South African sports history and cricket history has in many ways come to resemble the much reviled Bantu education textbooks of the apartheid era. Somehow these histories that were taught in schools managed to omit the names of Mandela, Sobukwe, and Biko, the ANC, the PAC, and Sharpeville from accounts of the political history of the country. No blood was spilt on these pages, one reviewer noted. They were history as negation, he observed. They were to the subject of history and to education what the black hole is to matter, a kind of anti-knowledge. This kind of history completely excluded Black people as active agents in society, and in fact only 6 Black political figures, generally apartheid apologists, Bantustan leaders, and so on, appear in one of the textbooks that ran to 15 editions. And so our argument and starting point to show the importance of history is to say that history has become part of a broader pattern of colonial and apartheid control. And we are still tied in to a large extent by these histories. So the project of decolonizing South African sports history is an effort to understand how the absences of the colonial subject in sport were engineered and how colonial narratives became fixed in the minds of South Africans, and to attempt to redress this situation. So we argue that this process of redress requires not so much band-aid patchwork on past and often shallow empirical narratives by adding further examples that Black people or women played, but to prove that South Africans have a sports history, but rather we must have a full-scale reimagining and writing of the history of sport in this country. And this is why we've gone back to 1795, and we've tried to look at it with a different lens to what happened in the past, Chair. So you have before you the story of an African game published in 2003, Cricket and Conquest, which is volume 1 of this history, which takes us from 1795 to 1914, Divided Country, which takes us from Union in 1910 to 1960, when Sharpeville and the happenings that followed took us into a new era. And there's also Pitch Battles, which goes back to look specifically at the systemic nature of racism in sport in South Africa and globally, and which came out appropriately just at the time that the Black Lives Matters emphasized that point. There's also a blue book there, it's called the Blue Book, which is a statistical history of Western Province cricket. And in that book, we've shown that you can go back actually, and through painstaking research, this has taken 2 decades, the overall project, go back and find in newspapers and in other sources statistical histories for excluded Black and women cricketers. And that would be the first provincial history that's appeared, where we actually go back. Cricket is a game where statistics are very important, and you can now look up each Western province that existed since 1890, and not only the one, the white men, and actually see people's figures, the matches they played in, and in that way restore them fully as cricketers. So although that's a statistical history, it's part of the very painstaking work that's needed and which is important to put in place. I want to also pay tribute, Chair, to all the other co-authors that have been part of my books and part of the broader rewriting of history project. There are people who've done amazing work over the years, and there are now more than a dozen books like this, where we can confidently, if we can disseminate it properly to a younger generation, explain that there is indeed a very, very rich history for us to look back at. So when we do this, we don't want to adapt and fiddle with old colonial and apartheid narratives, but to seek to fundamentally replace and supersede them. So some of the issues that we've picked up then that one needs to understand here is that you need a total new paradigm for understanding the past in cricket. So our priority was to put in place
I think we have problems, Prof, with connectivity. Perhaps we'll just have to pause for a couple of minutes. Technicians here do what they do best. If you could just...
Thank you, Chair. Okay.
Well, it must be good for me. We are going to speak to you, Prof. The technicians are... The technician... Yeah, just wait.
Does this sound better?
Yeah, you know, the language here is not for the oldies like us. They talk about feed there, feed here. No, it comes well in my feed. And why are you complaining, Ntsebeza? Everything seems to be okay. But looking at you as I do and as I've been doing, there were times when you started to break. But elsewhere in this whole architecture that we have here, people are saying, oh, no, she's okay.
I was missing this morning's discussions, but I thought I don't know why. I could try and find another computer.
No. They don't want to hear anything of that nature. The technicians here, they say, stay put. They are going to sort us out. Is there a way of calling the prof? He's not. Okay. We are resuming. Prof, you were still putting in place the new paradigms.
That's right. Thank you very much. So when we want to rewrite our cricket history, we need to fundamentally replace it from the place of a new paradigm, a new perspective, and that is by rooting the game in its social, economic, political, and global context, and seeking to explain how mentalities and mindsets in sport in South Africa were shaped over the 2 centuries since it came. So what we've always been told, the founding myths of cricket in Southern Africa, passed down uncritically for generations here and in England, where they were largely shaped, have tended to reflect in complacent and nostalgic ways the notion of cricket as a British and gentleman's game, which has somehow been neutral, above politics, and marked by fair play. These sentiments are still widely held without much critical reflection in cricket circles. Cricket is never an innocent pastime played under sunny skies on the African veldt in the spirit of fair play by quirky Englishmen and the few locals who understood its peculiarities and the delightfully eccentric nature of English culture. No, it arrived in South Africa, Chair. The first cricket bats and cricketers in warships as part of the baggage of invading British military forces, and it spread step by step with the British armies through the subcontinent in a 100-year process of systematic and violent conquest until more than 1 million square kilometers of Southern Africa were incorporated in a new country called South Africa. It was not by chance that King Williamstown won the first representative tournament in Africa for the champion bat in 1876, at a time when several thousand troops were stationed in that town before the 9th War of Dispossession. There were British Army players in that team who'd played county cricket in England, and they beat Port Elizabeth, Cape Town, and other towns. All that Sir William Milton, who was one of the first South African cricket captains and presidents of the whites-only South African Cricket Association, was cabinet secretary to Cecil John Rhodes. And he became administrator of Rhodesia, which Rhodes, as a private company, opened up for empire. And it was almost a qualification for the civil service cricket. 6 of the first 10 captains of the South African Cricket Association, the whites-only association before unity, were senior civil servants in Rhodesia in the 1890s and early 1900s. They were involved also, like Brigadier General Robert Poor, scored centuries and became Rhodesian tennis champion in between leading expeditions against the local inhabitants defending their land, which included the dynamiting of caves where people were seeking refuge. And H.H. Castons, the vice captain of the first South African tour to England in 1894, became a prosecutor general and is pictured at the hanging tree in Harare as people who stood up to colonialism were put to death. So the thesis that we bring forward is that the inherent violence that underpinned cricket's growth in Southern Africa was also shaped its character. The mindsets behind British and settler militarism directly incubated an exclusive culture of cricket that became infused with notions of racism, narrow masculinity, social Darwinism, and imperial superiority, leading to the implementation of an official colour bar from 1894 onwards. So it was impossible for this British game, with its close military associations, to remain innocent against the long background of conquest and dispossession. Indeed, there is ample evidence to show that it was tightly woven into the fabric of colonial power in Southern Africa. And I will just end it there. for now, one can go into explanations for how the discovery of gold and diamonds spread British authority and also gave rise to segregation in an intensified way. For instance, through the Glenn Grey Act of the 1890s, in the same month that the colour bar was brought into cricket, tried to force people off the land by paying more taxes and into migrant labour, so that instead of a growing middle class who were property owners and could vote, they should become cheap labour on the mines in the maximum numbers. So this is how segregation has its origins in South Africa, leading to apartheid in the period after unification in 1910, where the Native Lands Act of 1913 and the urban segregation laws of the 1920s split South Africa up territorially by pushing African people into smaller and smaller spaces and onto the margins of the towns where they can come only for their labor to be used. So in the period from Union to 1960, Chair, the game came to resemble an ethno-religious chessboard. It's a big words, but it's very appropriate, with 7 different national organizations emerging. A white men's South African Cricket Association, a white women's South Africa and Rhodesia Women's Cricket Association, a colored Christian South African Colored Cricket Association, a Malay or Muslim South African Colored Cricket Board, but in fact one that insisted it wanted to be remain non-racial. Then the South African Bantu Cricket Board, later the African Cricket Board, and an South African Indian Cricket Union. Only in the 1950s did sports people, at the time of the increased political protests of that decade, start playing inter-race cricket and form the South African Cricket Board of Control. So under the apartheid and started playing together as a counter to apartheid. But what one saw, that by the 1950s, South African cricket came to reflect the madness of institutionalized apartheid, as logic and law were used to structure sport and society on the basis of tortuously defined racial categories. Black South Africans lost their land and citizenship, were segregated into urban dormitories and seen as units of cheap labor, whose movement from cradle to grave, where they could live and where they could work, was controlled by more than 300 laws. Now, we need to understand this context if we are not to reproduce in different times and new contexts the exclusions and mentality that lay at cricket's core in the past, Chair. So that's the first point, that we try to show how the systemic exclusion and racism developed in cricket. And the evidence is overwhelming. Black South Africans were dispossessed and in legislative and legal ways repressed, and this showed in cricket as well. And then the second point we do is to go beyond existing colonial and apartheid narratives by integrating from the very beginning, at every stage and in every area, the experience of excluded Black cricketers in the country. And we've shown in Cricket and Conquest that they were incontestably amongst the pioneers of the game in South Africa and the broader colonial world. So the Farsis of Mumbai toured England in 1886 and have been known as an intermediary group that took to cricket very early on. And we saw traditions of cricket develop in the Eastern Cape, in Kimberley, with the integration, the cosmopolitan surroundings in the diamond fields that developed, and in the Western Cape amongst the descendants of slaves and indigenous people, how distinct cricket traditions came to the fore. So that by the 1860s, the sons of chiefs at Zonnebloem College were playing against schools like Wynberg and Bishops, that by the 1880s, within 2 white intertown tournaments, the native intertown tournaments were started, with Ekonge winning there as well, like the white bodies. And also that in the 1890s, in the same decade, Chair, that the county championship in England became made official, the Sheffield Shield in Australia was started, and the Currie Cup was started here. The Isaiah Badenbele and other cricketers on the diamond fields started the South African Coloured Cricket Board, which outlawed racism and said that all cricketers, regardless of colour, creed, or nationality, were welcome to play there. Started the Bonato tournament as a reflection of the Currie Cup tournament in the 1890s already. And by 1903, they'd formed the South African Coloured Cricket Board. This preceded by 2 years the formation of the Australian Cricket Board, and by 25 years the West Indian, New Zealand, and Pakistan cricket boards, which are representative of the great Asian and Caribbean traditions of cricket. So South African black cricketers were highly developed and at an early stage, and we show in every way how this happened. Crom Hendricks was good enough in a match against the British professionals in 1892, after South Africa lost the test match in 2 days. The local players challenged the professionals to a game, and they said that he's as fast as the Demon Spofford, the great Australian fast bowler, and that he must be included in the 1894 first tour overseas. Lamar Samsudeen scored top score of over 50 in the same match, the highest score in 22 matches against the tourists. Austin Ngumbe was a fast bowler from the Eastern Cape who took 10 wickets against the local Alberts team. And Paul Grendon was a teacher and a journalist who later edited Ilanga Lasenatal, who scored brilliant big hundreds at a time when they were very scarce, and was a brilliant fielder and leg spinner by the 1890s. People were good enough to play for South Africa, and if that had happened, they would have joined. That was a year before Sir Frank Worrell's father first played for the West Indies and started that tradition of West Indians playing international cricket and also going to play in the counties and the leagues in England. South Africa had to wait 60 years before the first people were able to do that. Yeah. So there's irrefutable evidence, Chair, of a huge number of talented players. At that time, black people in the Cape Colony qualified for the vote, and there were 20,000 black voters in the Eastern and Western Cape. They went to the mission schools where cricket was taught, and they went from the schools into their own communities to play cricket. And in newspapers like Isigidi, Misamaxhosa, and Imvo Zabantsundu, we have numerous tens and dozens of reports of cricket every year from the 1880s. And this is where this Eastern Cape tradition comes from, that people even don't know how deep it is today. So that's a wonderful part of these histories, is to bring out the personalities, to bring out the incredible stories that are there. It has been wonderful to be able to do that, and they could be inspirations for young people today. Thirdly, we want to bring out of the gender ghetto and into the mainstream of cricket history the role of women. And I'll come back to this in the last bit of my presentation. No new histories of sport can avoid dealing with this issue of gender, because next to deep-seated race and class discrimination, ingrained sexism has been at the core of the traditions and culture of cricket since the start. So to skip through the written submission, we've reconstituted the entire statistical history of South African cricket pretty thoroughly, I would say, until the 1960s. And what we've seen there, Chair, is from one scorecard in 4 volumes of mainstream cricket history, covering an 84-year period from 1876 to 1960. We now have records of 80 tournaments, provincial tournaments, involving over 500 provincial and national matches, the different cricket bodies playing against each other, and more than 2,300 black women and players from that period written up. We still have to do from 1960 to the present, and that number and the tournaments will be doubled. So there's a tremendous richness of history, which I think and hope that other sports will also follow in writing up. So in newspapers like Untitled Chapter of the 1920s and 30s in Johannesburg, there are numerous reports about all sorts of other games, including football, rugby, tennis, golf, you name it. So Andrew Mlangeni was a caddy in 1940s in Johannesburg, and when he came out of Robben Island at the age of 80 or 70s, he started playing golf again and was very good at it. And this comes from a history that existed before apartheid smashed opportunity in a major way. We hope the series encourages deeper historical understandings that explore and question rather than fix in simple terms the complex dynamics involved in the playing and organizing of sport over the past 2 centuries. It also helps us, when we look at this history, to understand changing identities and the mindsets and motivations that were at play in different cricket constituencies in the country. So we've got a multidimensional cricket environment that has developed over 223 years. And in a review of Cricket and Conquest, the journalist Michael Morris concluded that the book's details expose not so much a loss of memory as erasure and a staggering delusion. And Chair, to me, Morris understood what these books are doing, because they are fundamentally rejecting this invisibility of the black subject in history more broadly, but in sport specifically. And this repression of cricket memories came about not as an accident of history, but as a direct consequence of it. Therefore, we want to replace and supersede these old versions. So Professor Ashwin Desai has said that Cricket and Conquest bowls over prevailing histories, decolonizing existing narratives of the game in a matter that does not seek to consolidate an innings, but opens up a field of study, throwing all that came before into a spin and ensuring that what was will never be the same again. And this is not just to tell another story, but to help undermine destructive and deeply ingrained patriarchal, colonial, and apartheid mindsets, which have been used as self-righteous excuses to exclude and discriminate against people in real life as well, right up to the present day. So this new research and insights and interpretations we want to contribute in small ways to making South African cricket and sport genuinely inclusive and actively intolerant of the inherited brand of class snobbishness, racism, sexism, and discrimination that has so far, for so long, been part of cricket's culture. So let us start talking about this, let us start disseminating it, let Cricket South Africa hopefully internalize these new histories, and so that we can also more confidently start talking about transformation and change in the game today, which is so necessary. And Chair, that will bring me, I hope that was within the half an hour limit of my first input, brings us then to looking at transformation since cricket unity. in 1991.
Yes, Prof.
So, Cricket Unity, Chair, was really the vision that Isaiah Badenbele, Paul Grendon, and others had in 1899 when they started the Benato tournaments and the South African Coloured Cricket Board as a home for all those cricketers excluded from the whites-only official South African Cricket Association, which played all its 170 tests in over 40 series against only 3 countries, the white countries of empire, England, New Zealand, and Australia. Even after India and West Indies and later Pakistan came on in the 1920s and 30s and 40s, there was no attempt by the whites-only South African Cricket Association to engage them because segregation and apartheid was seen as the normal thing. So the struggles of the non-racial cricketers and of the excluded black cricketers brought about unity in 1991. And we emerged then from the dark ages of segregation and apartheid. The UCB, as it was called, was based on principles of equality, proudly took its place in the international arena, and attempted through its flagship development programs to promote cricket as a game for all South Africans. So unity and development were the key words of that time. But despite the big strides forward, and this reflected the era of the Rainbow Nation, Mandela era of using sport also as a way to promote national unity at the time of democracy. Despite strides forward, there were by 1997, however, growing concerns about the lack of delivery and change in various areas of cricket. This applied particularly to the top administrative and playing levels. Showcase provincial and national teams remained almost completely white, in fact. Only 4 black players in the whole of the 1990s played for South Africa: Omar Henry, Paul Adams, Herschel Gibbs, and Makai Antini. And there was a definite sense that prevailed amongst gatekeepers in cricket that these people were not good enough, that this somehow or other was our game. Peter Heine, who was a top-class South African fast bowler in Test cricket, said that he was an Afrikaans speaker, and he said when people heard his accent, he usually was dropped down the batting order. And of course, that was the kind of snobbishness and the kind of cultural bias that operated in that time after unity. It was still really a unity that was stitched together, I would say, fairly quickly because of the political imperatives of the time. And many people felt it should have been more demanding in terms of what was required. But it was also putting together 2 totally different traditions of cricket and thinking. And so the honeymoon period soon ended with the advent of the Mbeki administration, the second administration, which wanted to see from symbolic change to genuine change and the advancement of people in economic terms, in education, in housing, in jobs, and so on. And the focus was on more thoroughgoing change. And so UCB embarked in April 1997 on an 18-month process of seminars and reevaluation involving over 1,000 stakeholders to develop a common vision for the future. So there was this unhappiness amongst black cricket people that change was not deep enough, that it was too superficial. And in fact, Chair, I would say this was a similar process to what you are embarking on now in a different context. that it was called Cricket's TRC, and it ended up in a National Vision Conference held in Johannesburg in November 1998. And here, more than 120 delegates adopted the Transformation Charter and a pledge to the nation, which committed the UCB to operating within a new culture and ethos in an African context, quote, so that cricket could become a dynamic reflection of South Africa's young democracy. And the Transformation Charter covered 10 main strategic areas or thrusts for the future, with redress and representativity being the key one. And again, that still remains very important today. That was also where Cricket South Africa said we must start writing our own histories so that we see ourselves in this cricket narrative that's being circulated here. A transformation monitoring committee was formed to ensure the implementation of the charter and the new vision, and it drew up 3-year plans in each of the 10 strategic areas. It helped draw up that. And broad targets of 50-50 representation at all levels of cricket within 3 years were set up. The targets apply to every aspect of the game, from players to scorers, umpires, groundspeople, administrators, and employees, except the elite first class and international level, where the initial targets were lower. So the goals were now reset, and transformation became the guiding thrust in cricket. Whereas in the past, the emphasis was more on the development of black cricketers on the margins without addressing power relations, representations, and culture of cricket at the center, transformation now stood for thoroughgoing change at every level of the UCB and the game. And the progress was almost immediate, from almost very, very few players in the Western Province, very few players. Suddenly the target for year one was 22 players, and it was said that this was totally impractical at first class level in the first season. And the figure was easily surpassed with a figure of 39, some of whom were at the top of the averages. By early 2002, the numbers had risen to 66, far excluding the target for the third year of 44. So a critical mass of black first-class players capable of feeding future national teams emerged for the first time. So from a handful, less than a dozen maybe, there came 66 within 3 seasons with a focused approach to produce players and to unlock blockages. At the national level, by 2001, for the first time, 5 black players appeared in tests and also in the ODIs. So the usual development duo of Gibbs and Tini were joined by the Ontongs, Princes, Langeveld, Telemarcuses, Adams again, Mfuneko Gam, Mondezondeki, and so on. Appeared. Junior competitions also started reflecting a quicker pace of change. 86 of the 215 participants at the Coca-Cola Week in 1999 were black, and in 2002, South African team had under 19 reached the final of the World Cup with a black captain and 8 black players. And also at grassroots levels, several formerly black clubs won provincial league competitions, including Yorkshire CC from Kgaleshiwe in Kimberley, for instance. Progress at the admin level started with Wilson Gobese as the new head groundsman, Kingsmead, Rushdie Majid as the new selection convener nationally, Ray Marley as the first president of a province and later the first African president of CSA. Mongezi Gerald Majola became the CEO after the Bacher era. And soon there were 7 out of 11 provincial presidents, 11 of South African, 17 members at the UCB Council, and so on were black. These figures indicated not only quantitative change, but also were striving to create a new institutional culture at UCB and cricket. With changing of the guard come new imaginations and ways of doing things. Despite that limited progress, Chair, but nevertheless significant, I think, the TMC and transformation supporting people in the UCB stressed this should not obscure the fact that transformation needed to be an ongoing process with cricket as an active change agent. South Africa's broad socio-economic inequalities would take generations to eliminate, and there were also backlogs and uneven progress within the different cricket sectors. So the TMC challenged the UCB to prioritize strategies for increasing Black African participation in cricket in future, pointing to a recent survey which clearly delineated future sports markets. Out of the total number of children in the 7 to 15 age group in 1999, 3.3 million were Black African, 360,000 white, 233,000 colored, and 84,000 Indian to unfortunately have to reproduce our racial dynamics like that. 10% of this market would give cricket a national character. So the message was very careful, Chair, that young Black African people had to be brought into the game for its actual survival in future. And what we found, of course, looking back today, is how inadequate that process subsequently turned out to be. In 2013, CSA entered a new phase of transformation, which specifically emphasized Africanization of the game. And again, targets and scorecards were set nationally by the Eminent Persons Group established by the Minister and the Department of Sport, which sought to bring cricket in line with those demographics that we mentioned. And what happened as a result of the focus on Africanization was a number of particularly Black African national players jumped by 54 individuals playing for South Africa from 38 to 92 in the 3 years from 2017 to 2020. So there was, again, this action there that happened. But as we heard in the Black Lives Matter, which was signed by 40 players, fully 1/3 of the players who played before 2017 or up to 2017 felt discriminated against and culturally alienated and marginalized in certain ways. And this brought us, of course, to August 2020, when CSA launched the next phase of post-unity transformation with the SJN initiative that you are taking further right now. And that was in direct response to the public statement on 14 July 2020 by the 43 players, former national players and senior coaches, standing up in support of Black Lives Matter. And they said it's time to stop smiling, grimacing, and taking these exclusions. It was time now to stand up and to call them out. A very, very significant moment in the process of transformation in South African cricket that has brought us to the present now, Chair. And I was part of the interim board for the last 8 months until 2 weeks ago. And it then, to bring this overview to a close, try to, while dealing with the governance and management crises on a big scale, to also make sure that attention was given to transformation in the process as well. And currently, South African cricket, like our country more generally, needs to recover from self-inflicted wounds, reset our compass, and recreate a dynamic system of both governance and proceeding in a systematic way with transformation and strategic change. And the interim board looked at 5 main areas where it tried to set a benchmark for the future in the short time it was there. The first one was to not only improve governance, which was the big public issue, but going with that, to give cricket a second leg of being well run and effectively run, but also a value system that was very clear. This is not about corporatization or handing over the game to the business sector and professionals. And the MOI chair has built into it Schedule 4, which looks at the vision, mission, and values of the company. And it's very clear there that the social value of cricket in terms of youth and community development and health, cricket needs to play an important role in building social cohesion, particularly in a country in transition, a country in development, in the making, like South Africa. So we also needed to look to stop the systemic exclusions of the past and the way power and old cultures were reproduced in many ways in the 30 years since unity. So transformation has to be understood, internalized, and made concrete in every sphere of CSA operations, in the restructuring that now is constitutionalized and regulated in the MOI. And that applied from board level to the national team and down to the grassroots. So the IB made it clear that in proposing measures for better corporate governance through a strong board with independent directors in the majority, it should not be assumed that the IB also supported the uncritical corporatization and commercialization of the game. That the adherence of South Africa to South Africa's constitutional values, including the preamble, the Bill of Rights, and the Equality Clause of the Constitution, and ongoing transformation were equally important and necessary. So various recommendations were taken in that respect, Chair, and they are in the report from pages, I think, 45 to 57, and I hope very much your board will especially support the recommendations. There are 5 main areas. The one is that the MOI must be implemented in every respect at every level. Secondly, we must continue with the policies currently that have been in place in agreement with the EPG and the department. And every year there's a scorecard to that effect. We were around the 70% mark, and by tightening up on 1 or 2 areas, including representativity in the national team, we'll be close to the 90s in terms of the current targets that have been set for the game. Thirdly, the IB emphasized the support for this SJN. We were able to talk to you and get it restarted today, thankfully. It took a lot of careful talking, and your attitude and your commitment were very much appreciated, Chair. The fourth part that we haven't discussed is how does one take cricket in a country that is so unequal and that you have so many socioeconomically marginalized Black people, especially young people under the age of 30. How does that happen? And I think a very important part of your investigations will have to be to pursue that angle, because with the massive inequalities in South Africa today, our township areas are still reflect an apartheid infrastructure. And how do you get young people to be able to get access to the game in those situations? It's beyond one sport to be able to do that massive job on its own. It's a society-wide objective that we need to achieve by bringing in all actors who can help, and that obviously includes government, the private sector, and development bodies. But that must not be an excuse not to try and stretch the game into new areas, as the board chair said earlier in his good introduction, that we need to make this game accessible. The same danger signals that were seen in 2002 still exist today. That percentages of young people who belong to a certain racial demographic who are permanently excluded from opportunity is still totally too high, unacceptably too high. And how do we work together with other actors? And of course, that is where the state, with its current situation of only 27 out of 270 municipalities actually delivering clean audits, is a tragedy, in that money that should be going into uplifting local communities is being wasted through all sorts of unacceptable ways, as we know after the last 10 years. So, Chair, I don't know how you, in your hearings and in your strategizing and recommendations, can add to that, but we have to broaden the reach of the game as a priority. I just wrote, Chair, if you could then look at those recommendations, and hopefully the SJN Ombud can support them. Looking at some of the issues that have featured in the transformation process over the years, I think we need to be honest and show that the total lack of being where we want to be and should be or could be. That's the first point. But we also mustn't just posture and shout politically correct things. The game has gradually opened up, and opportunities have opened up that were previously cut out, that Black South Africans were cut out from. As someone who's been involved in cricket for decades, we are living in a different country to the country we lived in the 1980s. But transformation is still nowhere where it should be. I think there are good intentioned people throughout the system who work hard, and there have been gains made also in creating new power relationships in certain areas. But again, we are nowhere where we should be. So we've got to fight. We've got to start by just recognizing in very clear ways the systemic exclusion of Black South Africans that remains, that is the result of our history, that is still there despite 30 years of cricket unity, and that we need to challenge in innovative and fresh ways, driven clearly by strategic leadership and values. I think that is so important. The negative point in trying to do that, Chair, is that at every phase of the change process since 1991, voices pushing for transformation within cricket have in different ways been opposed, stymied, labeled, criticized, and at times even ridiculed for bringing problems and politics into sport by influential sectors of the stakeholder community. So one must not underestimate the built-in resistance to transformation that exists. This has included outspoken former white national players, old-style administrators and officials, influential figures in the media, some of the sports business sector, and even incumbent Protea star players, and those representing players' interests. SACA is a progressive force, hopefully today. Many times in the past, it resisted the opening up in quicker ways the opportunity for black players by arguing for lower targets and so on. So, sorry?
No, I was just trying to understand that you are talking about SACA, but I understand. But in a particular way, you are centralizing. Yes.
Players Association. So I think it's more representative now, and it seems to be on a good path, but there were times in the past where it was actually a break to change, in my opinion, as someone who was in the system at the time. And the same applies to the media. It's not a media bashing exercise. It's a simple fact that at every stage of the transformation process, there's been anti-transformation voices. If one looks at the biographies of our top players in the 2000s, you'll see a persistent moaning and negativity about transformation. And so this is something that's not been accepted with a alacrity also always, although you don't hear much of that currently in the media. So this record of white anting transformation and the mainly black leadership driving it in the unity era has complicated the current task of making easy out with the old and in with the new recommendations about governance. So for me on the interim board, it was a very complicated situation that one had to look because of these interlinked dynamics that come from the past. The wonderful saying of it's time for the turkeys to vote for Christmas, I heard very early on after unity as a way of saying, what do these black people know about running cricket? It's time for the turkeys to vote for Christmas. And that's still being said today. So when I hear that, I hear a colonial and apartheid trope, and it makes me very careful in how I must address that issue. So I'm just saying it's a very complex issue, and this kind of inbuilt resistance to transformation is a very powerful thing. We've seen that in our society as well, and we live in a constitutional democracy. So everyone has a right to speak and a right to be heard. But if AfriForum or Pat Simcox or any other old cricketers don't first acknowledge the exclusions, the systemic and ugly exclusions and the violence of the past of apartheid in its suppression of human potential, then in my opinion, we can't take them seriously. If people are able to say, we recognize that, we are sorry for perhaps even indirectly being involved, like we all are complicit in certain ways, then you've got an honesty from which platform you can start addressing and bringing about change. So I think that issue of mindsets and the issue of bringing about change is a very, very important part of how we communicate transformation, and at the same time have it value-driven and with a clear change in leadership and in the dynamics of cricket in its past is absolutely important in my opinion. One of the issues that's held us back also, Chair, in my opinion, in the last 10 years, if cricket transformation in the Mandela and Mbeki era reflected what was happening on a broader level, it's also happened in the last 10 to 15 years as well. So if one looks at the history of cricket since unity, there was very solid leadership during the presidencies of Krish Makadush, Percy Son, and Ray Marley. There was a unity of purpose, good planning, succession planning, saying who needed to come in. There was a unified purpose, a strategic purpose there. And if we look at the last 10 to 12 years, we also reflect the period of factionalism and division that has happened. Cricket is in the mess it is today, also largely because of divisions, 3 major bust-ups between a CEO and a president, between the CEO and a board, and recently a CEO and an inexperienced executive overreaching themselves and not being up to the task that has brought cricket to the crisis we've landed in now. So we've had this issue of black administrators fighting and opposing each other rather than getting on with that strategic imperative of bringing about clear messages and strategic leadership and change as well. And we need to take responsibility, I would say, apartheid as the root and the mentalities that go with it, but also make sure that we raise the game in terms of strategic leadership in South Africa. I think what state capture has taught us, and what I learned at Robben Island Museum, for instance, that is that once you've undermined institutions and brought them to their knees, you don't just draw a few organograms and bring in some new faces and everything's back to normal again. It takes tremendous discipline and hard work to bring about institutional stability and change. And I think we need to reconnect again, both in cricket and the country, with some of the founding values of the struggle and of cricket unity. And one of my mentors that I had the privilege to work with for many years was Ahmed Kathrada. And his words at the funeral of Nelson Mandela, I feel, you quoted something to motivate people today, earlier this morning. And he said it is up to the present and next generations to take up the cudgels. It is up to them through service to deepen our democracy, entrench and defend our constitution, eradicate poverty, eliminate inequality, fight corruption, and serve always with compassion, respect, integrity, and tolerance. Above all, they must build our nation and break down the barriers that divide us. So these are soft words in a time when there's a lot of harsh division and language in the public domain, but they have a power about them, Chair, I believe. Leadership, humility, and the message of transcending unity. Those were the qualities that helped South Africa arrive at democracy that the world thought impossible in '94. And these words are very important for us today as we strategize and look ahead. So deepening transformation, deepening good governance, and providing strategic change management leadership, I believe, is vital for cricket going forward, so that we can create the access for those many young people who are still excluded from the game. Thanks, Chair, on that transformation bit. And if you'll give me then 15 minutes more, I'll do the women's story as well.
Yeah, I will give you 15 minutes more, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. If I could just...
Well, you could either... All right. I just wanted to put to you, and this is something you can deal with at the end of the more minutes that you were wanting to get, or immediately, or contextualize it in your response. You mentioned is in fact a group, the AfriForum, and you may or may not know that they have made a very detailed submission, well researched, and there is something that they say about their view of what transformation sometimes suggests. And they talk on the one hand of what they call racial quotas, and they give their views. If I may just, for instance, read paragraph 5 of their submission, where they have headed it as the effect on the quality of the game. This is how they put it. The strict enforcement of racial quotas, and I know that some will say what they call racial quotas are actually targets, but let me read what they say. The strict enforcement of racial quotas has meant that race and not ability has become the primary selection criterion, which compromises the quality of the game. And they say now from the charters that they have provided, it is evident that the representativity of POC, people of color, and Black Africans have increased over the last decade in two of the largest competitions, namely the Momentum One Day Cup and the Sunfall Series, previously called Super Sport Series. And they go on to say it is important to note that the increase in representativity of these players is not the result of development at grassroots levels, as promised by the government, but largely due to forced racial quotas. Significant movement in the numbers include, and then they go on to give what they consider is proof as a statistical analysis. So the central theme seems to be that, you know, in the vast majority of matches in these two competitions, the minimum quotas were attained. This is a clear indication that the team selection is substantially based on race. So that's too long a question, but I thought I must contextualize it in the way in which this submission seeks to rely on statistics, on research, and on drawing a distinction between what it calls racial quotas, which do not advance the game, and what others would call targets to enhance or to facilitate the achievement of equality and transformation of the match.
Chair, thank you. I think I missed about 70% of that. It's a big echo in my ears, but I think this is one of the key issues from 1991 until now, is this issue of how you interpret it. If you're coming from a good space, you're looking to create opportunity. You have a strategic objective to not just let the trickle-down effect happen by proactively bringing along new talent. And for me, when I was involved with the Cape Cobras as CEO at Newlands, one of the amazing moments of my 10 years was when we played in the Champions League as the winners of the internal T20 in India against the Bangalore Royal Challengers. And they had a salary bill of 49 million rand and ours was 4.5 million rand. And we went out onto the field in Bangalore and beat the Royal Challengers in front of 30,000 people who all were dead silent by the end. And JP Duminy hit a beautiful 85. You can still see the ball sailing into the stand. And then the next day, CSA phoned us and said, congratulations, you're the first team that's played 8 black players in a team in a match. And we hadn't even thought about that. And yet we achieved that incredible victory on that day. So to me, that issue, any kind of strategic leadership plan has to work towards a goal, has to look at these demographic issues, also taking into consideration complexities, but has to then drive change rather than sit back, complain, and talk about targets in a kind of deliberately misleading way of fixing things so that they appear negative. So I think this is what I'm talking about. Strategic change management leadership is important. Currently, I've in the last few months, I've spoken to some of the top players, including and former players, including Black Lives Matter people who will be speaking to you. And there is definitely also new tensions emerging in terms, for instance, of the definitions of Black and non-racialism and so on. So obviously we're living in a dynamic country where there's all sorts of new debates, but a lot of the coaches and top players of yesteryear are now saying they're dealing a large part of their time in the dressing room with trying to manage anxieties amongst people defined as Black according to Steve Biko and Black consciousness definitions, as opposed to today. So again, it's the the sort of claim that colored players are now being pushed out. The whites are still in control. They're now bringing in just Africans, and now there isn't place for other people. So am I not Black enough? These are very complex debates. But I think when you speak to the players themselves that come and coaches, I think you need to pursue that angle so that we all fully cognizant of the complexities of the debates and the dynamics and the changes and the historical legacies. We are building towards one South Africa based on a full vision of freedom and opportunity. And we must be careful as strategic leaders how we manage those things as well currently. So that'll be another question that I'll leave with you, Chair. But I think anyone talking about quotas is generally being mischievous, and targets are what we all have to keep striving for, because we know it's like a business looking at its financial figures and knowing where it has to go. You also need to know your environment. You also need to know your market and so on. And cricket simply has to grow amongst the African communities in a much more dynamic way. But how do we manage it in a way that builds unity? And that is the dynamic challenge to South Africa, and we are capable of moving that out, of achieving our end goal of building national unity. National unity can only come if the excluded majority have full ownership in social and economic terms as well. And we can create a new cricket setup where everyone belongs.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Nele also has a question that she wants to put to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Prof. Odendaal. Prof, you mentioned that there is inbuilt resistance to transformation, and that this inbuilt resistance is powerful. You then provided examples of some of these anti-transformation, or rather, yes, anti-transformation voices or forces, if you may, that exist. So now, my question really is, in light of that submission, I just wanted to know your views, what can recommendations or report from this project, stand against those anti-transformation voices or forces? Can there be change despite that inbuilt systemic, anti-transformation sort of agenda within the sport of cricket?
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I really am having difficulty hearing, but I think it's related. It's related to recognizing these kind of fixed obstacles that stop us from going forward, but being very assertive at the same time to say that we need to proceed in a certain direction, and in that way eventually bring people behind us, and those who have to fall out have to fall out. I mean, we do live in an age now of social media kind of fixing division in a very Donald Trump-like kind of way, as we know. And a whole new debate comes there where it's either this way or that way. And we can't lead without understanding nuance and so on. So for me, when I hear the reactions of some of our top players to the Black Lives Matter issue last year, where top players say, well, sure, if you want me to support Black Lives Matter, then you must support me in stopping the massacre of white farmers and so on. It's a totally wrong attitude to counterpose like that. It comes from a deep racist trope to not be able to see Black Lives Matter as a social justice issue that we all need to stand up for, just like we don't like and don't support people being murdered on farms. So we've got to find mechanisms to rupture and unsettle these old colonial and apartheid ways of thinking that reappear in new guises from time to time, I would say. I hope that answers it a bit.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof.
Mr. July, do you have any questions to put to the good professor?
I don't have a question.
Well, Prof, there are no more questions coming from this side.
Okay, thank you.
And it only remains for me to say thank you to you for having mailed yourself.
Chair, is it possible quickly to speak on women?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, there is another topic you were going to go to on women. Yes.
And it's something that comes out of the IB experience, and I'll speak very briefly to it. It is there on page 54. Where are we? There are 3 or 4 pages. But Chair, really, the struggle for fairness in South African and world sport in the 20th century centered largely on race. And in the course of time, discrimination against black athletes, mainly men, officially came to be recognized as unacceptable, though institutionalized racism remains widespread. But racism and class discrimination in sport went hand in hand with another aspect of deep-seated institutionalized discrimination, and that was sexism and literally 150 years of exclusion of women from the cricket mainstream. Cricket from early on became so exclusionary that the very sex of those women who sought to play the game was questioned and turned into a source of ridicule. So, for instance, W.G. Grace, who everyone knows is one of the great characters in cricket history, said already in the 1880s of some women who were trying to play professionally before crowds of 10 to 15,000, they might be original and they might be English, but they are neither cricketers nor ladies. Women could play golf, tennis, and hockey, but cricket was taboo. And there was a very good reason for this, and that is the notion of the gentleman's game, a consciously created social construction in the British boys' public schools of the mid-19th century, where young, and it's been termed as muscular Christians, were prepared for service and leadership in maintaining empire, and this was transplanted to colonial South Africa and continues to flourish even today. So the game is not just called the gentleman's game by accident. It's a specific way in which cricket was defined. And we've written in these books, Chair, Cricket and Conquest, Divided Countries, and Pitch Battles in detail how this gender discrimination emanated and how it strongly kept women out, although they were there again from the present. So cricket became a white male, deeply segregated imperial game, which also reinforced control over the female body on and off the field. So sexism has been at the core of the traditions and culture of South African and world cricket since the start. And women, for instance, were not allowed in certain places in clubhouses. They were seen as adornments and supporters. And only in the late 19th century did educational reformers start breaking this convention that women's place had to be in the kitchen, that athletics was in fact unhealthy for them, and turn the argument around as the same way as in the boys' schools to say, by having a fit body, you fulfill all the things that, the matrimonial aspects of giving birth and other things as well. So the reformers of the 19th century turned it around. And eventually, as women got political rights and fought for the franchise, the right to make their own decisions about participation in sport was also grew. So that the first Women's Cricket Association in England, a national one, happened in the 1920s after women's participation working in the factories in World War I and their demands for the vote got them the vote. They then started their own national cricket bodies, their own magazines, and also the first test matches happened in 1931. And so progress of women in sport was directly linked to women having the vote and getting power to make their own decisions. But it still remained a very exclusive game. Recently, Since the signing of our constitution in 1996, gender discrimination has been outlawed, and it's only since the 1990s that the first black women started playing representative cricket, and South Africa fully became part of international competitions. So we're seeing now in the 21st century, Chair, very, very good progress by women in sport globally, and this is starting to show in cricket as well. The Proteas have done fantastically in the 2020 World Cup in Australia, and also beating India last year. The recent contracting of players has gone with a 450% salary increase for the top players, from around 150,000 to 500,000 per annum between 2017 and 2020. And there's also going to be a new budget and a new semi-pro system in place for second-tier strata of players from this season coming. But South African women's involvement in cricket is still very, very marginal. We mustn't get disarmed by the fact that our women are now getting more of a profile at the top level. It needs focused strategies to end this historical legacy and ensure that girl children and women become full citizens and part of the mainstream of South African cricket. And we've proposed as the CSA interim board that it's now time to address directly those systemic reasons for exclusion and holding women back. And instead of piecemeal adjustments, CSA should take major strategic decisions regarding the complete inclusivity of women in cricket. We had talks with Eddie Koza, who's the Cricket Services Manager, and also representatives from New Zealand, West Indies, and England about this. And it was an education to hear what those countries are doing. Also, our own members of the executive at CSA have shown a level of awareness, and they are trying to do their bit to grow the women's game, but it is simply not enough for the long term. Structurally and resource-wise, we need greater integrated planning and a sharper focus and commitment at all levels from CSA. So, for example, CSA recently completed the major restructuring of domestic cricket in South Africa. But women's cricket was not part of that integrated centralized plan that emerged. It is still something apart. And we had a fantastic discussion with Claire Connor of the England and Wales Cricket Board, as well as the New Zealand and West Indies Board. And they are making comprehensive programs to bring women's cricket in. In England, women's cricket is the fastest growing demographic in English cricket. And there's a 5-year plan in place to make this happen in a systematic way. So they developed a high-level strategy and insight team working together for 2 years. It was based on participation, pathway, performance, profile, and employment equity to try and re-engineer English cricket. And to do this, investment, good independent governance, a leadership that drives the process, and diversity is essential. Just like not having the black population interested in the game in South Africa is sure to lead it to an early death, so the exclusion of women, Chair, will hold cricket back. Today, in many aspects of business and marketing, leadership is in women's hands, and we need to really grasp this moment of transforming South African cricket in a substantive way to also deliberately and clearly bring in women into cricket. So this idea of a strategy and insight team, I think, is absolutely essential. people who know new generation ways of communicating, reaching audiences, and marketing, a multi-generational task team that can think how you bring young people in and interest them, including women, I think is very, very important. That's what England have done. And this year, Claire Connor, who played for England in cricket, will become the first woman in 277 years to lead the MCC, to become president of the MCC. So, Chair, my last point, please, is if you could, in your deliberations, reinforce the MOI of the new MOI adopted in April, but gender equity and cricket normalization efforts should include the appointment by the CSA board of its own strategy and insight team, appropriate to the South African context that is diverse and intergenerational. It should be capable of the innovative thinking required to introduce cultural and structural change, which leads to focused investment, increasing representation of women in leadership roles in the cricket workforce, and provides opportunities, very important, for children to develop beyond the softball stage, where many girls fall out, so that talent pathways, marketing of women's cricket on equal terms can happen. We need a new language of cricket, Chair. I know this is ambitious and it's looking far ahead, but it's absolutely essential that South Africa makes that step now, or else it's going to be light years behind other countries soon. And I would also suggest to you, if I may, that CSA for the SJN National Conference invites Claire Connor, ahead of her assuming office as president of the MCC, to speak to you about that and to speak to the board as well. It's a very, very crucial area. We can keep being in the dark ages and going slowly, or we can make a move while we're busy restructuring to also bring women in fully into a 21st century South African game. Thanks very much, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. Yeah, you have given us food for thought, and we will go back to some of your submissions, and especially the area on transformation where you have singled out that topic for our consideration. And as I say, you have set the bar very high. And but I'm sure that all other scene setters who have been listening and watching will make sure that they live to the very high standard that you have set. I've always felt that this process would be poorer if we didn't get your input. Because all one needs to do is to see your works, your thought as it manifests itself in the very many books you have written, either as yourself only or in collaboration with others. And this game of cricket is richer for the contribution you have made, both in terms of your own writings, and certainly from my view, in terms of your contribution today. as a participant in this project, which is ambitious, but which really wants to get to where it should. And we'll continue to go to your testimony now and again to understand exactly where you want or you think a sporting code in transition and in transformation should aim in order to discharge that mandatory expectation of progressive people as to where the sport should be. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
On that note, we are adjourned. We commence with the proceedings tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Fortunately, Mr. Dumile Mateza is still here. He is going to kick the proceedings for tomorrow. We are adjourned.